What are you doing? Two spaces in one go.
Is the other one open still?
Yes.
What? It said it closed to me.
Well, I noticed you had two going, so I hopped in this one and sent a invite.
Really? These bastards at Twitter. They said it closed.
Here comes
Oh, it's
everyone.
still. Oh, yeah. This is Everyone's here though. So the other space ended. Oh yeah. Okay. Never mind then. So is Kent gonna come? I sent him a personal invite.
Well, he better because he's saying that he thinks that you're hacking him and you're like, I don't want any beef. So I feel like neither person here is the bad guy. Does anyone else have the issue of like when you type, you accidentally hit the at symbol instead of the space symbol? Because it happens all the time to me, and then I look like a fool when I write out messages.
Instead of the space button, you hit the at button.
Yeah, like I go to hit space, right? And then it hits the at button instead.
It does that.
Hey, Juliet.
It does that to me too, Ocean, all the time.
Yay, I'm not the only one. It's only on Twitter. I don't know why it's just Twitter that does it, but it's like I at am at fuck.
Hey, Juliet. Did you come here to set the record straight? I guess not.
Juliet, is Logan your
But
Romeo?
Look at her beautiful hair. Oh, it makes me want to have brown hair again. She's beautiful.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will soon be joined by Mr. Kent Reynolds for tonight's
Oh, he's
Face
here.
of the
Oh, let's
Hour.
invite him up. I'm not a co-host.
Welcome, our special guest, Mr. Kent Reynolds. Yes. And
Well, I was
now,
trying to invite him up.
hello.
I can't bring Kent up.
Featuring hit classics like Real Quick Mate.
You know what I mean.
Mate.
I had a
And
girlfriend like that one time. I do love Kent. His little Kentisms are amazing. There's nobody like him. I've never met somebody that's like him.
What are you talking about? You just go down to your local Irish pub, you'll meet someone exactly like Kent. I see him like every weekend.
But I feel
Come
like
on,
he
Kent!
also
Yeah,
wears
he's in here
sandals and
now!
wanders around
Kent!
on the beach and stuff. Like, yes, I could find that person in a pub, but I feel like I'd find him on a beach or somewhere.
Hold on, we need a proper introduction, Fred.
I'm almost.
There he is. I see him down there.
I'm almost too.
What are you doing, mate?
I'm almost too
How you
shy
doing,
to
mate?
respond.
hey, Fred, do you have a an introduction?
I do.
Let's go ahead and play that, and then we'll get started.
In a world without milk fart, we have one man that is leading change forever. And he's here tonight to announce a very special announcement, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Kent Reynolds.
Hey, Fred, put those testicles back in the jocks, mate. They're a little bit stretched, eh?
Do you know what I mean?
Kent, we love you, and we're here to set the record straight because Logan isn't doing shit, and I think there's some evil powers at play trying to make us hate each other.
Oh, come on. We don't need evil powers for that. We can do that all by ourselves, mate. No, I don't know. It's, well, put it this way. It's someone who very much loves Logan and finds what I've been saying most offensive.
I just wanted to say yesterday I noticed Kent Reynolds hopped in the space, and then I saw there was two Kent Reynolds, so I followed the account because I wasn't sure if you made a new account or what was going on. Maybe you had two, and so I followed it, and then it changed its name to like UAP something, and then it blocked me, so I can't even see the account anymore. So at first I thought you just made a second one, and then I realized someone was impersonating you, and then now they're trying to they're showing a point of view that is, I think, making it seem like it's Logan, in my opinion.
And look, I just want to be clear here. This is Mr. Rogers, but I'm not doing the voice right now because I know the first person that people probably point fingers at would be Mr. Rogers and Mr. Voice Man. But it is not me. I like Kent. I've always liked Kent.
No one would
And
accuse
even-
you here. We know you don't give a shit enough to even do that.
No, I mean, I like the lady boys, but no, it's not. So what's going on, Kent? Tell us. Like, I
Yeah.
don't think Logan would be doing that. What's happening?
Break it down, Ken.
I
Break
would-
it down.
I wouldn't do it. Like, what account is harassing you? And are they using my picture? What picture is it?
No. They're back on today as me. They're DMing me right now, telling me how they've got all my DMs and, you know, I should leave Logan alone and la 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 la. They're back to my name again. I had to change my profile picture again.
Okay, and you think this person is me?
Just block them,
Were
Kent.
Yeah, I
you
know, but
messaging me, Kent, or was that them?
No, they're making messages under as some of us one, and yeah, Logan. I mean, because of what's been going on with King Milkfart. Yeah, I mean, you're a programmer, you're a coder, you know what you're doing. You can do whatever you want, and you know, I don't blame you for not liking me. I mean, that's fair enough.
I'm just saying, moving forward as a community, attacking each other like what this account is doing doesn't help Kent, it doesn't help Logan, it doesn't help find disclosure, and I think that's why we all think it's silly, is nobody here actually wants to attack one another, so it's like, who the fuck is it, you know?
I've never publicly attacked Kent, even though he has to me, yet I still haven't attacked back. I've just blocked the motherfucker. And you know, if Kent, if you want to apologize for being an asshole to me, I'm here to accept that apology and call it, you know, call it cool as long as you stop talking shit. But if you want to go ahead and keep up with that, dude, then get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, okay, but how did I attack you, Logan? What did I actually say?
Anyone else want to go ahead and tell him what he said that sent me the screenshots?
Was it actually me, Logan?
Do we know for sure that? Do we know for sure that was Kent sending you that, though, Logan? Could it have been the fake Kent sending you that?
I wouldn't know. He's blocked. It
Well,
looks like him.
hold on.
Yeah, but I
So,
haven't blocked
Kent,
you, Logan.
are you?
I haven't blocked you, Logan.
But do you
so
want to
if-
reconcile with Logan, Kent?
Look, it's not about reconciling. Logan thinks I'm out to, I don't know, thinks I'm out to get him or so. I have been in spaces where things have been said that I don't agree with, and I say what I think. That's what I've done. Some of the things that King Milkfart said, I know he's radical and I know he goes over the top. Some of the things he said I agreed with, and some of the things I did agree with. But if someone's sending you DMs and stuff, Logan, I don't know who it is, and if they blocked you, I haven't blocked you, or else I wouldn't be on the space, would I? So
No one is sending me DMs. I never said that. But what I am saying is that you're saying like a lot of horrible shit about me and like backing up King Milkfart, what he's saying. So you're pretty much saying that I'm like a racist. Pretty much everything that, you know, is being said right now. You agree with all that shit?
no, what I said to him was that I have been victimized in spaces as well. You know that as well as anyone else. I agreed with what he was saying is going on about the other guy, whose name I don't want to mention. That I've been in
Yeah,
spaces
I
where
mean,
that stuff was
we're
going
all a
on.
victim of spaces,
Yeah, I
though,
mean, no,
right? I
look.
mean, I've been called dumb and uneducated on spaces, and I have a doctorate in law, so like, who cares what people say? They don't. It's
Kent.
not like they know you.
Kent, have you clicked on any links in any private exchanges with Milkfart or cohorts?
Yeah, I think I have. I mean, I might have done it by accident, but yeah, most likely I have at some stage, yeah.
Okay. If you were able to get me
Put it this way,
one of those links,
Fred.
I could scan it and do a trace route on it.
Yeah, the thing is, mate, my phones and most of my electronics have been compromised for over 6 months. I don't really have that much control. When I do try to change settings and do stuff, most often I've had to start my accounts on several things several times. And I don't really want to get into it. It just seems like whoever I do annoy, I seem to annoy enough people for them to go to a lot of trouble to fuck me around. I'll put it that way.
All right, so Kent, let me jump in real quick after, and then I would like to hear from Tupa. Kent, what do you suggest? How can we just kind of in a matter of a minute wrap this up, put it on the shelf, and move forward? Because really, I don't want to be in this room if we're going to jack each other off. Not you, but everybody's going to jack everybody off about this topic for 15 minutes. I'm not in the mood for it.
Yeah, neither am I, mate. Look, I've said this to whoever this guy is that's hacked my account. I'm not interested in attacking Tupa or Logan. If whatever they want to do with their, their followers or whatever is up to them. If I'm in a space and someone says something that I disagree with, I'll say what I think. And whether Tupa likes it or not, I was in spaces where he was saying things that I thought were not right. The same as the other guys in that space. I was on a space this morning where one of those same guys is saying things that I think are very bad for society. And I will continue to say that. If people don't like it, block me and don't let me be part of the conversation. I never
Okay, Kent.
That's
carry a
what you
grudge, mate.
should do, is speak up
Kent,
and
can I
say your
just jump in real quick?
piece.
Okay, so how about
Isn't
this?
that what we
If you
did?
guys don't mind, let me kind of be the mediator here. Let's let Tuba make a statement, and let's try to facilitate a gentlemanly, mature conversation between Tupa and Kent. But let's keep it under 5 minutes, guys, and then let's move forward. Because honestly, if this is going to be a jack off session, I'd rather just go to bed.
Well, I thought it was
Can I just
Logan and Kent talking.
Yeah,
He wasn't
just 60
scared.
seconds, guys. 60 seconds. I'll wrap it up in 60 seconds. All I'm interested in is doing the best I can to help people to find out about disclosure, what's really going on. I have some good information. I have some good contacts. I have some discoveries that I want to share with this community, because all I really give a fuck about is that people get to really know what's going on. And it's a lot more than people generally acknowledge is going on every day. I really, really, really do not give a fuck about anyone. I don't have to worry about where I'm going to get my next meal. I don't have to worry about if the system falls apart tomorrow. I don't give a fuck. I'll survive. I'm actually doing my own stupid way of trying to help. That's it. I don't care about grudges or people. I'm prepared to move on. If people want to block me, block me. If you don't, don't. I really couldn't care less.
Okay, hold on. Let's let Tupa jump in, and then I want to comment after that. Go ahead, Tupa.
What up? This is an interesting space to pop into. What's up, Kent? I take concern with some of the stuff you just said. It doesn't sound. It doesn't reflect what I know of you and how we've talked in a while, for a long time. To say that you don't hold grudges and that you don't worry about people, I've heard you say specifically that there were things that happened to you on job sites X amount of years ago that did this, this, and this. You have a good, solid memory on that stuff, and I think that that's important. I mean, with these memories and
There's a
with these
difference,
experiences, like,
Tupa, there's a difference between remembering things and what people have done to you and holding grudges.
Okay,
oh,
but
that's
listen,
true. That's
let Tupa
that's
finish,
definitely
Kent.
true.
Let Tupa finish. Go ahead, Kent. Go ahead, Tupa.
Well, I mean, I popped in a space recently, and you were in there, and you introduced me or brought me up and said, "Yeah, Sam, I heard you in a space of reptiles, and you were saying that all vaccines were evil." And so I didn't say that, Cam. And I don't know what other account was going around, or what was going on with Logan or anything, but I've never said that. I've never said all vaccines are evil. I'm vaccinated. My kids are vaccinated. I've never said that. I never thought that or felt that. So I just want to know, what made you say that? And is that something that you really believe I said, or were you exaggerating to make a point?
Well,
And then after that,
hang on.
I say we move on to Kent's UFO info that he has, and we drop all the drama. It's been a drama week for everyone.
Yeah. First.
Okay, well let's finish this up though. Let's finish this little conversation up. Like I said, 5 minutes. We got 2 or 3 minutes to go here. Go ahead.
Yeah. No. Sam. I'm not going to debate it with you. I never said that. I don't remember ever saying that, and I've got a pretty good memory. The problem with Reptile Spaces is he is saying things where he is openly trying to disrupt governments and bring people against the government. And in my opinion, that should be done through the democratic process instead of some social group trying to create anarchy. That's just my opinion. And I do want to move on. I want to forget the past and I want to move on. I really do.
Are you cool with that, Tupa? Are we ready to move on, bro?
Oh, I was cool from the get go. I just
I
heard
knew
that
you were.
this topic was up, and that's the only question. Kent's a man's man, if I can say so myself. Like, you talk like a lot of my homies talk from like the East Coast and shit. You just keep it real, and you're doing what you're doing. I think everyone supports you and wants to see you doing that, and we like you in spaces. I like you in spaces. You're a solid voice with a lot of good experience under your belt, and I think that whatever is happening where people are worried what someone's saying. For instance, I saw the tweet that apparently might not be yours, and it was very offensive. Like, and so I can understand why Logan would be upset. Now, if you're saying it's not you, it's not you. Like I said, you seem to own up to what you do and stuff like that. That's totally cool. So I'm all good, always am, Ken. I just wanted, that's the only question I had, and I wanted it answered. It's been on my mind, so I'm glad.
Oh, and by the way,
you
Sam,
heard
And
what you heard.
I want to
That's
give
totally
Kent
fine.
props for coming in too.
yeah, and
Let's
I
all
just
give him
Oh,
props.
absolutely.
I just want to say, Sam.
Okay,
Look,
let's Red Panda. Let Red Panda talk because he had his hand up. If that's okay, let's move around the room a little bit now.
and Sam,
I just
people
wanted to give
can
Kent.
move on. People can change. So I'm willing to look at that as well, mate. I'm not going to hold you to the past. It's about what we do in the future. Sorry, guys.
Beautiful.
Okay, right on. Good job, Kent. Good job,
Hell
Tupa.
yeah,
Let's move
Kent.
forward. Let's move forward now. Good job, guys.
I just want to say that was beautiful. And yeah, after what Chris says, I want to hear what Kent has to say about UFOs.
Oh, mate. Oh no, I'm one of those weirdos. I've seen quite a few. I'm seeing orbs often. The best one I saw was the one I call the canoe. You've probably heard the story, Red Panda, but it was one that went over the farm here, and sort of that was about 7 or 8 years ago now. It was just so plainly, obviously something beyond us, and it just made me more committed. I've worked in some interesting places, done some interesting jobs. I've seen a lot of stuff, so that sort of convinced me it's time the public needs to know what I know, and I'm doing my best to. I'll get it out, but it's got to be done properly, or else it'll just be a waste of time, you know.
Go ahead, Ocean.
Oh, sorry, I was just letting my dogs in. I just wanted to say I'm really happy that we're all in the same space together and talking, and I missed you, Kent, and I love you all, and thank you for being here.
Okay, let's go to Chris and then Lacey.
Yeah, Kent, we all love you here, and basically, Logan feels like you're attacking him with your tweets.
Okay, yeah, we already reviewed that, Chris. Just so you know, we've already gone over that. So let's not review what we've already reviewed, bro. But if you want to make a new point, you're good with it.
Yeah, so no, I just suggest for everybody just before you tweet, like just think before you tweet, because sometimes we're angry or upset, and we tweet out of our emotion, and we don't realize that it's could be harmful.
Okay, that's good advice. Go ahead, Lacey.
Yeah, Kent, I love you too. And I just want us all to get along. Cool.
Okay, cool. All right, now let's introduce a topic. Now that we've got that out of the way, let's introduce a topic and let's just get into a whole nother world.
Eric, will you shut the fuck up, dude? This isn't your space. I don't know why you're
All right,
controlling
I'll come
it
and kick your ass right now, Logan. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, I still haven't heard my apology. That's why you're allowed in here in the first place, Kent, because you were talking shit, like mad shit, and you still haven't owned up to what Tupac heard you say. So I don't know why he's calling you like a man's man, like when you won't even own up to the like shit you say. Like, what the fuck?
I did respond, Logan. I told Sam that I never said that. I never said that I heard him say it was evil. But if he thinks I said that, then I apologize because I don't remember saying it.
Can't. No, I'm sorry, bro. Don't ever say I didn't hear something. Now I'm giving you props where I owe you props. Don't ever treat me like I'm stupid. And you can do whatever you want. You can say whatever you want. But I promise you, bro, like I see things. You know what I heard. You know what you said. To say that to suddenly be like, if he might have heard something different. No, bro, I don't hear things different. I came into a room and you said directly, Sam, I was in a space where you were with Reptile and you said all vaccines were evil. That's it. If you want to say like, hey, I said that and it was wrong, I was exaggerating, I was caught up in the moment, then we can have that conversation. If you want to say, Sam, I swear to God, I never said that, I don't know what's going on, we can have that conversation too. But don't play nice and say, I just don't think that he heard that right or whatever. No, I did. And that's why I'm bringing it up. It's not easy to bring stuff like this up. It's not easy for you to come up to the stage either. So I want to give you props for that. But
Yeah,
don't
but
like
Sam,
bat
I'm
away
just
my
saying,
question.
I do not remember saying it, man. I do not remember saying it. It's not what I thought I said. If I said it, then I'm wrong. I'm sorry.
Okay, what about Logan? What can you say to Logan?
Well,
I
I don't
think
know.
Logan was really hurt, Kent, when you and Milkfart were in that space and it was named Logan and Tupa are racist, blah, blah, blah. I think that was really hurtful. And I know you didn't name that space. I don't know if you were aware of it, but I just want to say, like, I think that's where he's coming from, a place of hurt where he felt like you were considering him racist. So I think it would mean a lot to him just to know that, like, you don't think he's a racist or homophobic or anything. Like, we got lots of gay people in here. We talk about things that are gay and straight in nature, and we joke about the ladyboys, and it's all love. And so I think that's where his hurt is coming from. And I think that's where he's looking for an apology or just like some empathy or something. You can correct me if I'm wrong, Logan.
Are we being serious right now?
Let me just read one tweet of Ken's, just one, okay? Here it seems Logan is too much of a pussy to unblock me because I might make him look like the pathetic little man-child he is. You go on, Logan. And then he says, childish twerp comes to mind. Months ago, he had someone tell me how whinged like a schoolgirl because I never mentioned him in a space. That's him. He needs others to feel important. A common problem with kids these days. So, yeah, that's just one.
Yep, that was the one where Corporal had actually contacted me and said that he was in a space where you were saying how I had mentally abused you in a space for something, for ignoring you or something. Yeah, that was based on what Corporal had told me, if he's around to back it up.
Yeah, Corporal's free to come in and like tell me what lies he said about me, but that's something I never did.
Okay, well, I was under the impression he wasn't lying to me, so if you never did that, then I do apologize, Logan.
Okay, cool.
Fucking right on, guys. Right the
No,
fuck
hold
on.
on.
Good job.
That's not good enough though, because he's apologizing for some lie he believed. There's still like a lot more tweets. Like, do you apologize for all the other tweets you made too about me, like naming
Yeah,
me
I
by
have a
name?
huge issue with this.
What do you mean with this? Making someone apologize for
Like,
tweet after tweet?
Well, see, it's a
no,
dominance
the
thing.
fact
So,
that
if
now we can just
Logan
do
wants to,
whatever and then be like, oh, I'm sorry.
well, everyone else gets to screen. I don't hear anyone ever saying sorry
See
to
what
me,
I
by the way.
mean? He doesn't even mean it.
Moving forward is hard.
Okay, guys, I just got to jump in for a second and play the peacekeeper here and explain a couple things as from a third person point of view. Okay, we all need to be, I believe, we all need to be aware that there is a massive fucking psyop going on right now, all over the fucking place. Okay, all over the place. And it doesn't really take much for someone to notice, whether you're vaccinated or unvaccinated. It doesn't take much for one to notice that people all over the world are acting fucking weird. Okay, now that doesn't excuse anything that anybody says. It doesn't excuse people saying things that they don't remember. But what it should mean is that we need to be aware that there is some crazy shit going on right now where a lot of us could very well be fucking doing shit that we don't even fucking remember doing the day before. And that is a big fucking operation, okay? This world is not the fucking same that it used to be. You got the president of the United States saying the fucking stock market's the best since it's ever been. The stock market's the worst since it's been in 2008. This is mind control, people. Mind control. Okay? So we all need to open our eyes and ears. And it doesn't mean that we can't be upset or mad or it's something that someone said. All right. but we need to be aware that this shit is happening and talk to each other like we are basically all fucking being mind fucked, okay? And get to the bottom of being happy. All right. Because I can tell you, I've never had such a crazy fucking 3 weeks with my wife where we're running around like fucking screaming idiots, not even knowing what we're talking about. This is some widespread fucking shit, guys. It's bigger than fucking space. We're not little kids. We're not 5 years old. We're adults, right? And we're acting like this. So clearly something else is going on. Thank you.
That's really important. That's really important. Okay, jumping off of that, Fred, I think you're totally right. David, I mean, that's 100%. Ken, I want to apologize. I used the opportunity for you in this conversation to air my grievances about some very particular thing you said, and this isn't the platform for it. My apologies there. I was in a space with Kent a while back, and I mean, Kent, I heard you crying. We were connecting. We were talking about jobs. We were talking about like life and going after your dreams and stuff. And that's the Kent that I know. You know, that's the Kent that I unblocked a long time ago when I was annoyed you kept popping in and cutting in. We all think your quirks are super cool. I think it's fun and it's great that we have like our own little like we mimic you when we want to cut in. And I think that all that shit is amazing. And I think that if we were going to take Fred's advice and try to fight against some of this negative, weird air that's around, we should just try to drown it out with some positivity, because there's things about each of us that we don't like, and that's just it. And if we
Hey,
turn this
Chupacabra,
into
have you heard what he said about you?
you know what, I have been inundated with things being said about me recently, and so Kent could have said anything, and it wouldn't
things.
It wouldn't do anything to me. Like it wouldn't.
Logan, do you want to move on?
Does it matter though anymore
hey, guys,
if like everybody wants to reconcile? Like, does it matter what was said if?
Well, for me, look,
It does. It totally matters. It does. If I'm gonna let him in the space and want to hear anything he has to say, if he's just gonna keep like say all this, if you want to make a public statement saying I apologize, like I'll accept it, bro, for everything, not just that one tweet though, for all of it. And you gotta stop talking shit and saying I'm a pussy and a man-child and all this other dumb shit. I'm gonna send you all the tweets I have screenshotted, bro, and just so you know, I saw all of them, bro. That way you can go ahead and acknowledge it.
I have no doubt you saw all of them, Logan. It's just a case of whether you want to move on or not, mate. If you want to move on,
but like Logan wants like a genuine, like sincere, like.
I'll tell you what. You know, when I get one for the countless people who've been abusing me, sending me threatening emails, sending me threatening messages, blocking me, impersonating me, and all the other, then I'll apologize a little bit more sincerely, because I've been getting fucked over for 6 months as well.
I hear that. Can I speak, guys? I have my hand up for some time. I want to do it before people leave the room.
And Kent is out. Who's next?
Is he still here? Is he listening?
See what a piece of shit he is?
Hold on.
All right. I sense. Let me just say real quick. There's a kind of a disconnect with what Kent said the words kinda, but I don't feel the actual emotion from it. I just don't feel the true emotion.
He said that he thinks Logan's hacking him, and he wants Logan to say sorry for that, but Logan didn't do it, so I don't know.
Kent's got some personal work to do before he's ready to come in these chats again. He's still got some work to do.
I was just trying to make the point, guys, that there's something bigger at play here, because the whole world's acting like fucking crazy people right now. And so we should just be aware of that and work with that and just give each other love and positivity. You know, I've said some crazy shit, and my wife has a fucking crazy past 2 weeks where we're like, holy shit, did we actually say that to each other? There's something bigger than that. I forget what project it was. Maybe one of you guys remember there was a secret project that was done back in the 70s that had to do with manipulation via social circles.
It was called Project Mother-in-Law.
Is that what? Are you just serious?
No, that'd be super funny.
No, it's a real thing. It was a real.
How do you know about that project? That's classified. It's still operating. Still operating.
Pain in the ass. Operation. No, Frank,
it's ironic,
totally right, man. You're totally right. But I just want to piggyback off it and be like, yo, like, we can sit here and pick people apart and say that they deserve they have to apologize for this or that. But no matter how you slice it, I'm trying to make sense of it right now in my brain, and I could be wrong, Logan. I apologize if I am. But like, no matter how you slice it, it's eye for an eye, and you can't move through it. Like whatever, if this cloud is here that Fred is talking about, I think
Did he leave or did you kick him?
He left on his own. I didn't kick him.
Okay.
Whatever that cloud is, it can't be worked through.
I kicked him.
You have to just love through it. I think Fred's right. I know it's corny as shit, and I'm working through my shit, but like, you can't eye for an eye, and you can't bring up somebody and make them apologize for text after text. Like if they've done something to offend you, like they're going through something too, and like build a bridge there. But also, I feel like he might, and I don't want to talk about someone like they're not here or whatever. I just feel like he might be going through something, and he's always been a little sensitive in that aspect. He lashes out when he perceives to be attacked, and so that sucks for him. Whatever realities he's living in right now must suck worse than ours. I gotta say that. And so
listen to this article, guys. Listen to this article from 2011 on The Guardian. Okay. U.S. revealed U.S. spy operation manipulates social media using military sock puppet software, creates fake online identities to spread pro-American propaganda and create disinformation. The U.S. military is developing a software that will secretly manipulate social media sites by using fake online personas to influence internet conversations. A California corporation has been awarded a contract with U.S. Central Command CENTCOM, which oversees U.S. armed operations, to develop what is described as an online persona and management service that will allow military operators to control up to 500 separate identities based all over the world utilizing AI.
And we have a request from downstairs. People want to talk about UFOs and things. Yes.
That was Operation Earnest Voice, sir.
Yeah, shout out to Red Panda Koala, though, for trying to facilitate a reconciliation.
Well, yeah. There you go.
We still didn't solve the problem of who is pretending to be Kent, pretending to be Logan,
Right.
who's pretending to be Kent. We never solved that.
I'll solve it for you right now. It's Kent. So let's just move on to some UFO stuff. I mean,
dude, that's exactly what I was
likely
thinking too, because. I'm just gonna say that.
Just because.
But I really think it's not. I think it's someone who knows that he is emotionally sensitive to certain things, and they are using it to create more hate amongst each other. I don't think it's actually Kent.
Do you think it's Kent's wife?
No, I don't know who it is, but I don't think Kent would care enough to go and make a second account and then say these things. Like, I just don't think that
it was disturbing. It was disturbing to me when Kent literally just said right out that he had been compromised 6 months ago. Remember that?
Yeah, he brought this up to me a couple weeks ago where he couldn't view the analytics of his own tweets, and this happened to me also. I click on it and it says you cannot view this tweet because it is not yours, yet it's a tweet that I wrote out. And that happened to him, and he asked me if I'd ever had it happen, and then it happened to me a little while later, and I was like, yo, look, it happened to me. So he does have an old account, an old Some of Us account, which I crept, and it's old. It's got all of his information on there. It's just, an old Kent account. And he did have to make a new one, which is the Some of Us one. But it's true that he has been having problems with his account.
Look at the, whatever I sent you. It is a screenshot.
I want to. Oh, sorry, Lacey. Were you going to say something?
What?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. I thought you were going to say something.
Yes, I'm trying to. It'll be short. Just look at the picture that I sent you, Ocean. It's a screenshot, so it's telling.
I hope it's something so unrelated, like something you guys were talking about earlier, like a craft. And yeah, like the glue dried perfect. I told you. I just wish it was unrelated. Be really fun.
MC, go ahead.
Thanks. So I've been listening to what everyone's saying, and I agree with everybody. I think we should focus on peace and giving everyone a chance. I know all of us go through difficulties in life, as Fred indicated so astutely, and we never know the challenges behind the scenes. And sometimes people say things or do things that they later on regret. But the thing is, unless someone does something egregiously wrong, where like child molestation or something, I think we should give them a chance, let them know, okay, here's the behavior that we found concerning. You know, you can come back maybe after a week as long as you don't personally attack anyone. And if you stick with that, we should be good to go. Let's talk about disclosure. Let's talk about moving the ball forward and helping each other. And I think that's the best approach to handling the Kent situation, because I don't see in his personality or in his intent a malicious intent. I don't think he's trying to hurt people on purpose. So I feel like, yeah, let's give him another chance, give peace a chance, and see where it goes from there. But that's just my 2 cents. Especially since Taylor was able to come back, and we know Logan's stance on Taylor. So, just kidding.
Logan.
I mean, I thought that was a great idea, but Kent's not interested in apologizing for shit he said.
Maybe he'll come around in like a couple days. Give him time. People say all kinds of stuff. Like when I fight with my husband, I say all kinds of mean things to him. I like make fun of his height and his hairline. Just like really mean things.
Didn't you call Shane the poor man's Vanilla Ice?
Bootleg. But he was talking shit to me first.
I'm gonna need my vape after this.
Moving on is hard, and letting go when you've been hurt is hard. I got called names like 2 days ago, and I was like so mad, and I let go of shit pretty quick. So the next day, I'm like, okay, I know I'm not these things. This situation, I don't need to be emotionally involved. I can move on from this. But it's fucking hard, man. It takes time and understanding, and it takes an apology. And I've noticed there's a couple different types of personalities here. There's, I'm sorry I said that, let's move on together. And there's,
Yeah,
I
hold
said
on.
it
But the
'cause
thing
I
is,
said
I
it.
never said anything about him. I still haven't. I haven't said one negative thing to him ever since this all began. This is all him, all him.
Yeah, but
I don't owe him
he
an
said
apology for
that.
anything.
Yeah, that's fine, but he said that he was like believing what other people had said about you, and that's why he said those things. It's
Right,
what
and he
his.
must. But I told him that wasn't me, right? And but he's still like believing that is me somehow. Is that true?
That's an excuse.
No,
He was making up an
you're the
excuse.
host. You're the host. When some people are in spaces, and I don't want to say names, right? Because we've all been there too. It's just like sometimes when we're in spaces, you take things personally. And this is social situations. Have we all not been there when we thought we were taking something lighthearted, and you look over and someone's crying, you're like, what the fuck? Or someone's upset, or you find out later your best friend like felt betrayed because you laughed at Joe joke. Like these things happen, and then it's hard to reconcile. It's hard to like figure out. It's hard to put it on the table. And I feel like some people have a really hard time being like, hey, I feel vulnerable. My feelings were hurt. Instead, they're going to lash out and be like, fuck this person, whatever. But for them, saying fuck that person is like, whatever. They're happy to look at you in the eye the next day and be like, let's move on. And I'm from the West Coast. People just don't talk to each other like that. I had to have a friend in college from Detroit who would say the craziest shit. And I'd be like, what? Are you trying to fight or what? And he's like, no, man, we're cool. I'm just saying fuck you. And I was like, okay. okay, let's move on. And so some people are like that. Now, is Kent like that? I don't know. But is he sensitive? Yeah, I've seen him get infer negativity from simply being kind of like shut out. And I've done it too to him. He every time he talks about how and I'm like, this isn't personal. It's just when he talks about the UFO phenomenon, coming here to school us about being better stewards of the earth, and like basically like to push some like idea that things need to be the way he wants them to be. I'll always say that. I'll always be like, hold on, Ken, I don't like that idea, and I don't. But it's every to each their own. But maybe I've been too heavy-handed on him. So all I can do is take this experience and say, if I'm in another room with him, I'm now sensitive to the fact that he infers bullying, maybe right from just being more boisterous or whatever, or from cutting him off, or from not belittling him, but like being like, oh, okay, Ken, or if you think you're having a laugh with him, he might be feeling hurt by it. So that's the best I can do. And I will say that like when he was in here too, like it seemed like he was holding back saying what he said at the very end the whole time. And that's what I think people were wondering if he was being genuine, because he was holding back that he felt angry, that he felt hurt, that he felt betrayed, and that he felt that he had been abused. And he didn't say anything. He's like, no, 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 we're all good. We're all good. And then Logan, you pressed him. And then he came out like, well, okay, I'll apologize for that if you apologize for ruining my life. And that's what it sounded like. You know?
I mean, this is the thing, guys. This is the thing that I've noticed. That you know, I've seen some of Kent's videos, and he sees things and films things, as do like I and stuff. And there's one thing I've noticed is that like certain people that are experiencing certain anomalies at a certain level, that there's some kind of invisible type of like fuckery that's going on behind the scenes, and it can. I don't know what it exactly is. It's electronic harassment or something, but it really can fuck with someone's head, man. I mean, he might not be fucking. He might not even remember like what he said in here 10 minutes ago, man. Like something's going on with certain experiencers, and I can personally attest to that, where there's some kind of like warfare, psychic like attacks that are going on. It's very, very real, man. I mean,
Fred, I'm a relatively big account, and I've been subjected to that type of stuff. And it's resulted in me having misunderstandings with a lot of my followers. And I'll be shoved into the faces of accounts that don't even follow me, accounts that I know would have a negative reaction to me. And it really did, because such a substantial amount of my interpersonal interaction comes from this place. It really is like almost like a torment nexus, like a hall of mirrors where they can really change a lot. And they don't even need to intend to do it. It could just be a byproduct of somebody doing A/B testing. So, Fred, what you're talking about, I mean, from one perspective, we are in a box that doesn't give a damn about anything except for engagement. And it could be engagement where you're laughing at a puppy, or you're begging for your life because people next door are going to come kill you for some bullshit that they just read. Or you might think that the people next door are going to come kill you for some bullshit that they just read. And so you're crazy, and they don't even know that this is going on. I mean, we are talking in the pandemonium box at this very moment. And to think about personalities like we are, specific people, no, man, we're in a raft, in an ocean of shit. And to pick up one particular turd, one particular experience, and to say, this is going to define me, or this person, or this other thing, that's like eating the shit, my man. So on top of that, we have a brain-eating virus. And one of the most common side effects of a virus that has encephalopathy is people get pissy. It's like, every virus. Thank you. I'm glad. Can we stop talking about this jackass? I don't even know who he is. But the UFO community is full of personalities. It's the spice of the community, and spices make a great condiment, but a terrible meal. Thank you.
That was quite possibly the best monologue I've ever heard in a Twitter space to date. I'm gonna write that. I'm gonna mark today at 11:31 p.m. Eastern time, the day that I think I became a born again Twitter user. Like, honestly, that was beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that.
That
Yeah,
was awesome.
one thing that you have to remember, like when you get any community of large groups, you're always going to get attention from the government, like kind of poking around and seeing what you're up to. It's just something that they do for national security. And now when you take into account the UFO subject, this is a topic that already naturally has distrust for the government or a distaste for authority, because there's a lot of cover-ups associated with the subject. So you kind of have to be wary about it in general, because like you get a large group of people, of course it's going to get attention. And just taking it a moment back to the whole Kent thing, not specific to Kent or anything, but sometimes people have a hard time apologizing or even saying the word sorry. And that's because of like how they like grow up. Like for me, like I didn't hear like my parents apologize to each other like ever. So like my first few like adolescent relationships, it was like really hard to say like sorry to people until I like became an adult and like work through that like issue. Like some people just haven't like made it there yet, so it could be hard for them to acknowledge like their mistakes that way just because they're not used to having that like in their life over and out.
So we're just gonna all apologize for Kent. Great.
I'm not apologizing for
No,
Kent.
Fuck Kent.
For sure.
I think everyone needs to take a step back and realize that we're actually all on the same team, regardless of opinions. And everyone that has said mean things should feel sorry and say sorry. And if someone feels hurt, even if you didn't imply it, just be like, "Well, I'm sorry that you were hurt and I didn't notice." Like, I don't know. All I know is that moving forward requires to let go of the hurt and move forward together. And it's hard and it takes time. You can't just be like, "Do it now," right?
Can we all just agree that we're not racist and we all just like hate everyone equally?
Yeah, I would
Yeah.
love to, but
Yes.
Kent's
I could agree
already
with that.
posting that I'm a homophobe and that Tupac's a homophobe as well. So it's
Guys,
a
I'm
little
gonna.
hard, when he's publicly posting shit like that. Yeah, I'm cool. Like I have hurt feelings, of course, but I unblocked him, right? And I went ahead and let him talk, even though he's a dumb piece of shit, and he's still no apology, nothing, doesn't care. So
Well, to
that's
be
on
fair,
him.
you only unblocked him because we made you, right?
Well, sure.
I got a thing against people that wear socks with like shorts and they pull their socks like halfway up their leg and then their shorts are like halfway down their leg and there's this weird section of like just knee showing. Those are the people I don't like. They're sus.
How do you feel about holes in the socks? Oh my god.
That's how they feel about holes.
Yeah, can you quiet your bird down, please?
My pig's right here. They're trying to communicate. They need to
I
share this
wanted to say
information.
that the one thing that bothers me,
What
Miss
can we do to
Piggy.
win closure for you on this issue, Logan? What can we do to win closure for you?
Hey,
Because it
I'm
sounds like
sorry,
you feel
buddy.
like a
This isn't a
victim.
fucking UFO disclosure space. It says Kent space for a fucking
Calm
reason.
down,
We're not
buddy.
here to talk about UFO disclosure. I'm sorry you got the wrong invite.
Sorry, UAE.
It really does say Kent Space. I didn't even
It
notice
does
that.
say
I didn't
Kent
even
Space,
notice
but
that shit
Logan
until right
It
now.
apparently,
also says world news.
Logan
It does.
apparently is
Well,
having a
Kent's in
really
Thailand.
bad
Kent's in
time.
Thailand.
UAE. And
I understand. I'm
I
sorry.
apologize for him.
I think the coolest thing about
Just hang out a
spaces
few
is
minutes. Maybe it'll turn into something.
you can like host a space and then people will come and just complain about it and they won't start their own space. It's almost as if they forget that there's a button. You can just hit it. You can just hit it and you can be like, oh, I'll leave. And then there's another button. Oh, I'll start my own. And then you can title it whatever you want and just do whatever you want. And people show up and like, instead of like, it's just, that's one of my favorite things about spaces is that people just show up and think that they have a vote. Hey, no, guys, I just showed up. I've never heard of any of you people ever in my life. uh what about this? And it's like, okay, sick, dude. Like, but and that's all good. I'm not talking about UAE. You're killing it. You're crushing it. I'm talking about like, if I've heard a lot of complaints about spaces, and then a lot of spaces are built around complaining about those things. And I just want to remind everybody, all
You
you listeners
talking
out
to
there,
me?
no,
I just want to
definitely not
say
you.
I used to
Specifically
do
you,
that
Lacey.
in the NFTs all the time. I when I was
Drawing a
brand new to
line.
Twitter, I joined spaces and they were always NFT, NFT, and I'm like, do you guys talk about anything other than NFTs? Because it was the only spaces I saw, and they're like, well, then get out if you don't want to talk about it. And I'm like, where are like my people? And then I found them, so now I don't go in there anymore, right? Because I don't do NFTs.
Dude, same. I'm like, hey guys, I don't know what any of this stuff is, but this I think our space is for NFTs. I don't get it because no one's talking about anything else. And I would be like, hey, you guys want to hear an alien story? They'd be like, yeah, hell yeah. And I'd be like, okay, cool. I'm talking about
It's
aliens.
weird. It's weird, man. Kent is my NFT. Like, I don't know anything about Kent. I love paranormal stuff. And I've popped in here and I was like, oh, paranormal group. And then it's like, oh my God.
Well, you could
So I
consider
feel
him to be
bad
a type of
judging you, but
cryptid. He is a type of cryptid himself.
The one thing I wanted to say to him, and then he got gone. The one thing that bothered me was when all this shit kicked off, he was gone in 60 seconds over to.
No, remember, it was your fault,
I
Lacey.
know it
You
was
let
all my
everybody yell at him.
fault. And he switched and was hanging out with them guys, and I'm like, you mean you didn't even stick around like you're. This was only when Tupa was in it.
We're not gang members, Lacey. It's okay.
Well, we are.
Bro, I've never. Kent
Speak for
Kent switched
yourself.
up.
We
Kent switched up faster than that dude from the 300 who like sold out the freaking
Yes,
Spartans, dude. He switched up so
that's what
fast.
I'm
I feel bad
talking
for him. I
about.
mean,
It
he was.
just blowed my
I mean,
heart
people
back.
look for support. They want support. You know what I mean? And like
Dude,
that's
I
what I feel
hated
bad.
that part.
Yeah, is a stab in the heart, right? Because we believed in that guy, that character, and we believe in Kent, and it hurt to suddenly like I don't know. For me, it did a little bit, but
Yeah,
it's like
but
whatever.
he
He'll get over shit.
obviously misses you guys. Otherwise, he wouldn't be complaining to get back into the space with Logan and Screen.
Yeah,
Well, I'm gonna throw
No, it's
another.
not
Here's
us
another
that he
theory.
misses. It's the attention he gets because of the people that come to the spaces.
Bingo.
Hey, UAE Exotic Falconry and Finance. By the way, that's one of the coolest names I've ever heard of Twitter. But you should stay away from a guy. Since you're new to the space, I'm going to give you some humble advice. Stay away from a guy named Milk Fart. He will poison your mind. He will poison your relationships, and all of a sudden you'll be blocked and you'll be begging to come back. So, just a heads up.
Did you say
I want my
relationships
mind
on purpose?
poisoned. I want my mind poisoned. I want my relationships demented. This sounds like a great thing, and Twitter is bad for my mental health. So being blocked by everybody on it, this sounds like the best possible outcome. Who is this man, Milk Fart?
I just wanted to say no one's going to tell you what to think because you have the right to form your own opinions. I would just suggest you sit back and watch behavior and you come to your own conclusions about the type of interactions and spaces you want to be in. Because I'm not going to tell you who to like and not like. I'm just going to say watch out for unneeded drama. That's all.
Beautiful, beautiful. And I'll say
Speaking about
one
unneeded
thing.
drama. Oh, go ahead. So I have a dramatic subject shift back into the paranormal. If we're going to move on from,
No,
I think the way that you move on from these things.
Segue for you.
If Logan wants to
Oh man, I was segueing right now,
Yo!
dude. Do you want to segue off?
Let's
You
do
don't
it.
have to scream.
Let's segue off.
All right, everybody else first.
All right, I'll take my shot. So MC was giving good advice about someone about who to stay away from and they'll poison everything. The same advice goes for Stephen Greer's camping trips. I will say this: do not go on those camping trips. Love and light, I'm for it. Give everybody a shot, but steer clear. That's my advice.
My advice is all the rumors that you heard about me are true.
Okay, here's my segue. And here's why I've been stalking your spaces. Like, I'm one of those people that whose attention you crave, and also one of those people with some fresh shit for you all that will blow your minds. I'm coming back myself from like what I feel to be like a questioning of reality, and I've had enough time wrestling with it that I've come back to the real world, and I'm here to share some shit with you people, if we might. Now, can I get some emote reactions in this chat if I can share this fucking crazy ass 100% straight from the mouth of a fucking witness, straight on shit here? Okay.
Amen.
Here's my fucking
Can you
I'm all
stop
ready for it.
talking, please? Don't scream.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, I was just trying to get you excited.
Yeah, that hurts people's ears, though. Don't do it again, please.
Oh, I absolutely won't. I'm so sorry. I'm a little guy, so I'm used to having to dance around and wave a bunch. If you could see me, I'm waving my arm and stuff.
Yeah, but your microphone makes up for it, promise.
Oh,
Dude, it sounds
heck
like you're
yeah.
Are you?
watching Windows
What do you
Ninety
mean by
Five.
your little guy?
just I'm a little guy mentally. Let's not talk about my physical stature, but so my proper name is Bernard Robert Goldsmith, and I'm an attorney with the California Bar. And I am a former attorney for Sullivan and Cromwell. This is the spooky firm, the one that did the Panama Canal and like set up the CIA and all this other crap. So I got a tip off that turned me crazy and caused me to completely abandon my apartment. All my family thinks I'm nuts. And so the downside of community is having to go through talks like that. The upside of community is having a place to go when you have experiences like this. I was told the following information and verified it. My name is Bernard Goldsmith, and the various secret agencies in the United States made a major motion picture about my grandfather, and I was named. The character Bernard Goldsmith is a cipher for my grandfather. Some really crazy shit went down. It's called Three Brave Men. And so I don't know, man. Fuck. What do you do if you're in my position and you find out you're a VAT person, right? Like, I'm totally CIA or whatever.
I remember talking to you about this a little.
I'm sorry, I'm lost.
And Lacey, you're caught up to speed on this somehow already. I'm all ears. I'm all ears.
Somewhat already, because we've spoken with Bernie here. His grandfather was the one that was actually in all this, and it pulled him in.
Yeah, but can you explain what that is?
Can you?
I don't know what it is. I know that I'm part of some kind of world now. And to even say that out loud to me is a huge red flag for some kind of paranoid schizophrenic break. But then you go back and look at all of this stuff and see this major motion picture, and then you look at my family history, and I'm like, oh God, I'm a main character. Help me. What do I do? How do I find out about this?
Tell them who all's following you, or the types of people, or who you think they are.
Is one named Kent?
I don't think anybody's following me specifically.
Wait, so can you go? Let's rewind a little bit. You said that your grandpa, they made a film about him? Is that what you said?
So this is gonna sound really fucking crazy. My father was an orphan. He was sent to the Hershey Foundation orphanage. The Hershey Chocolate Company is majority owned by a nonprofit that runs an orphanage. So my grandfather died while running a quote unquote psychiatric facility whose patients were from all over the world, were intellectuals, and basically were all former spies. It was government housing, and he after the war, they were useless as assets, and so whatever. I'm trying to figure that out. But then my dad got sent to this Hershey Chocolate Company, and he's telling me about his childhood experiences where they are giving him weird drug-laced chocolate. Like, he was telling me he's a total normie, so he didn't know what the fuck. He was just like describing it. He was like, yeah, they told us that it was to see how long chocolate would last if there was a union strike. But and the setup of this fucking place. So anyway, I recently came into the paranormal community, and I'm listening to all this all of these descriptions of government programs, and my unusual family history makes me think that my grandfather was a spy, ended up dying prematurely after he was not useful as an asset. My father was shuffled to Hershey Foundation Orphanage, and they give you a free ride, free college tuition from there. It's a weird place that's like a private preserve of a lot of politically connected people. I don't want to talk about like weird the satanic panic 2.0 that we're going through right now. But just the circumstance of it is like, oh yeah, this is a fucking government setup to just catch the assets, things that are rolling off of assets as they're expired. Or that's my theory. I don't know anything about any of this. I
Is it
was a
like
corporate attorney. You can look
is
me
it
up.
like is it like the Dr. Delirium experiment type of stuff? Is this like kind of what you're alluding to?
Can somebody who with knowledge in the chat describe what Dr. Delirium is?
It was like a government program where it was like the MK Ultra kind of like mind control testing, seeing how much they could like influence or break down like somebody's like mental state for war purposes.
What was your
So
grandpa's name again?
It was a
It was
documentary.
grandfather's name was Ernst Goldsmith. There's gonna be like 0 records on the guy. Ernst Laborious Goldsmith. My name is Bernard Robert Goldsmith. My father's name is Joachim Goldsmith. And you can see my record as a Wall Street attorney. You can see that I was formerly at the Federal Prosecutor's Office, Southern District of New York. Like, I am a platinum plated UFO community motherfucking witness right here on a plate. Hello.
Hi.
Very cool. I thought this would be a fun topic. Everyone's predictions, UFO eyes for 2023. More pain, more love. Whoever goes.
Ocean, you're first.
Yeah, I think maybe we're gonna see some more videos of some shape shifting and as cameras get better. But then too, I think with the technology we have with AI, it's gonna become really hard to distinguish what is true videos and what is not. So I think we're gonna have some real actual footage come out. But there's going to be this, the opposite swing of the pendulum where we also have the ability to create really good images. So I think it's going to get a lot harder to tell what is true and what's not. And I think live will play into that. So, like how you can record things live, like whether it's Snapchat or Facebook, or if you do a live feed on YouTube, I think that's going to become kind of like the boots on the ground thing is going to become really important because videos are going to kind of like, who even cares? You can't even tell nowadays if you're looking at a real person or if you're looking at a computer generated person. So it's going to come down to people actually being there and seeing it and being able to share that information.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, it seems like the second half of last year they unloaded a bunch of AI stuff like gradually. So yeah, and what Lou says, read Chains of the Sea, which is about AI. Tupa.
Yo, Change the Sea is so sick. I think that an alien intelligence will transmit a signal to everyone, and we'll all get like a brain signal, or we'll wake up with a weird dream.
Oh,
We
like
won't
Lavinda
acknowledge
said.
it. Did Lavinda say that? That's dope. Then yes.
Oh, dude, you should go look at his Twitter and read his tweet. It's like what you just said. It's pretty wild.
Let me just see. Oh yeah, he blocked me. No, I'm playing. We'll get.
Anti-bigotry.
I'm gonna check it out.
Kayce?
Oh, surely I can't be the next one. I just put my hand up recently. Let somebody else go, because I only have annoying interjections.
Tuba, can you be like the one telling people like you're next?
Let's do it. Okay, we got who is next? I think it was UAE, and then we got Nora, then Rafi.
I think that we're going to discover the undiscoverable, which is that watching these objects in the sky, these impossible things, are the ways that special sensory organs in our brain translate experiences that are so unlike anything that our terrestrial stock of experiences can explain, that it just shows basically error footage when you're downloading fucking information from the celestial sky entity. I think that this information is inherently privileged. So I think that the discovery of this type of arrangement will be a private one individually, and I think it will bring great enlightenment and great change in the coming year. Positive change or destructive change that brings growth. That's my prediction. I'm sorry for shouting.
Something about UAE makes me hopeful. And there's another part of me that's actually rather sad. Just that because we're still under the we're still in the thralls of the government and whatever they want to release. But the good thing is that they do have things that are going to happen, and I honestly don't think 2023 is going to be the year if they have 18 months to do and complete this project.
Yeah, and they still didn't release their report, but they did pass the law, which set
That's
up
two
the
babies
whistleblower
worth.
protections. So
18 months, that's 2 babies worth of projects, just if you want to measure it in babies.
Yeah, that's totally normal. Nora, what do you think?
I'm human.
That's funny. Yeah, so my prediction for the UFO topic for 23, I think is going to be more centered around new consciousness studies. In the past year, there's been a lot of studies that are being done on consciousness and how it works, if we have figured that out yet. I'm also kind of curious to see if Gary Nolan will release his research on the caudate putamen, so that might have some breakthroughs, so hopeful for that.
I don't know about the prediction for 23. I'm still in super disillusion mode. Like, I think that 23 is just going to bring some more slow revelations and some, I think it's going to bring, hopefully brings around some peace for a lot, and maybe, I don't know, hopefully some closure on all of the anticipation that's been building up over the last couple of years. I know for me personally, I've just been feeling like this weight of like like I'm standing on a precipice, and I don't know what's going to happen next. I know that I need to take the next step, but I can't see it. Like it's invisible, but it's
That's
supposed
why
to
you
be
get
there.
birds, man. Birds.
Birds?
They go over the precipice for you.
Birds aren't real.
Everything is real.
No.
Everything.
And then if
Like
anyone wants to move down, so we could get Kimball and Errol up to maybe say their 2023 predictions.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah.
switch to listener, so good night, guys.
Thank you.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I gotta switch to listener too. You guys got this? But I'll be around in your hearts.
Yeah,
You
we
know,
have
I'll
two
literally
co-hosts, you guys.
I'll literally be around.
Tupa, can I please have a personal shout out in your
Hey, sorry, I was just busy posting some screenshots for a while, so that, but I'm done now. So we're good.
That's good. Look, I'm glad. We're having good vibes. UFO talk.
You know, I gotta thank Logan too for facilitating this. It's not easy to do that,
Yeah,
especially
thanks,
when
Logan.
you got, you know, I mean, you clearly gotta find, you know, some UFO topics out here, and we're gonna hit gold here soon. I think we just landed on birds aren't real, so we're about to round the corner into this. I think Nora's point too is really good. The consciousness element of this is gonna blow up. It's gonna blow up. Yeah.
Can we actually just
invested.
change the name of the space?
Can we call it Space Kent? So people think it's like an action hero?
or
I
space camp.
really like Kayce Protocol if you're just looking for names. I feel like Kayce Protocol was a pretty solid space today, and it worked so well.
Transgalactic Vibration Transmission Station.
What is Casey's protocols?
Well, they evolved quite a bit over the course of the day, so if you have 45 seconds, I can lay them out. You slept through most of them. I'm sure if you dig in your consciousness, you can probably remember because I mentioned it a couple times.
I think we can sacrifice 45 seconds.
Okay, so it was just like as basically it was directed at one person who really was digging the movie Interstellar, and also Saturday afternoon drinking with his, I'm gonna guess 6 to 8 year old watching Cartoon Network in the background or whatever. And it was just mostly like when it gets busy, we need to kind of rely on hands and a turn system. But when it's just four of us in here, we can have an open mic. Like, don't just leave your mic open and give those verbal acknowledgments. Go ahead and use your emoji button. And just Wayne could not get it, but he did love Interstellar.
Nice. All right, Kimball, do you have a prediction for 2023 UFOs?
I blocked Wayne, by the way, so he's probably not going to see him again.
I'm blocked. What?
Oh no, that guy Wayne, that drunk guy that was in here like asking me like where I live and shit earlier and burping on the mic. Yeah, I blocked him.
Oh, okay. No, I just came in. Logan, can you send me your address? Just kidding.
Yeah, 6401 Warner Avenue.
Yeah. My prediction is I don't know. I think it's gonna be a wild year. I think they're finally gonna release the report, and I think we're gonna have some great hearings. The NDA, whatever you want to call it, like the loophole for the NDAs they wrote into the NDAA, whatever. I think is going to be big. I think we're going to get some people testifying, and I'm excited.
Yeah, I think Chris Sharp had said, right, like we've already had like 10 people testify that like located the bodies or something.
It was crazy because Ross Coulthart was kind of down on it, and he had some good reasons too. Like they put some pretty stringent limits on it. Like no lawyer really would stand to make much money based on the limits that were there before. But the next day after this podcast Ross was on, they changed that. I'm like, okay, sweet. So I really am pretty optimistic for the people coming forward due to the new legislation.
Heck yeah. Elmo, do you have any predictions?
Yeah, for 2023, I think the future, historically speaking, it is clear that the only path forward is fully securitized hunting birds.
Birds aren't real.
What he's saying is that the future is finance. He said fully securitized hunting birds. If I heard him correctly, is that right, Elmo Mush?
Yeah, you heard me correctly.
Do you know people hunt with eagles? They legit throw their eagle at a deer, and then the deer or the eagle like tackles the deer, and then they run over and hunt it. Like, why don't I have an attack eagle?
Eagles are made of garbage.
Eagles are real.
They only seek dirty diapers.
Birds were the smart dinosaurs / aliens that made it through the last extinction.
Birds aren't real is a psyop because birds themselves are the allegorical root chakra that is interwoven in all literature, all religious Gnostic material as a metaphor for metamorphosis through transcendence. And in order to remain imprisoned here in this system, whatever you want to call it, the government, I don't know if that's in control. I don't know if that's an entity that can even, coalesce into a will, let alone an intent capable of focusing on an individual. But we all feel this crazy oppression. And what I have to say to follow Elmo is yes, transcendence. Yes, birds financing. What you do is you look at the sky, which has no limit. Yeah? Everybody's
Nice.
having us look down, man. So
Thank you. Sue, predictions for 2023?
Just a quick question. Did anybody notice online that there was a fake account for Shane for Ovette? I just honestly, I was looking at something, trying to find something in the news, and I thought I saw something that said Ovette, and it wasn't Shane. And so I went back and I checked it out, and it was a woman actually running an account that said Old Vet Symposium Shane, and then under it, it was old vet with some. She had to put in like a letter or a number or something. So I let Shane know, but it was really bizarre. I don't know if anybody saw that. Um, anyway, my I don't know if it's predictions for 2023 would be to be very healthy by the end of it and on my way to a new life. But that's besides the point. I would. I've been thinking about this all day, and instead of just being here and listening for all these months that I have, and kind of a lot going over my head, I was wondering if someone, I know somewhat about UFOs and UAP, and I've learned a lot from all of you guys, but could someone point me in the direction of a specific beginning documentary or book that could like just get me from the bottom up so I can start to learn more? Is there
Anything by Red Panda Koala. Just go to his YouTube.
no
Thank you, Estimate.
serious? I'm being really serious. I was thinking about this all day.
No, I'll DM you. I make videos for that.
They're being really
She's
serious too,
serious,
Sue.
Sue.
Oh, really?
Yes. Yes, it's all right there on your
Oh,
Yeah, I'll get it for you right now.
oh, okay.
Ross Coldhart's book, In Plain Sight, is excellent. Leslie Kean's book, UFOs, is
I
also
think
really
I've heard
great.
that one of,
Okay.
of that one, but I was going to go to the library, and see if I could get some of these books and start reading them and have a new hobby and be more more appropriate and more acknowledgeable when I'm on these sites, these spaces. So thank you.
And what's that
Audiobooks are
name
really
that
good too,
Bee's
because then you
always?
can just listen, right?
True. Thank you.
What's that name that Bee's always talking about? That lady.
Oh, this might be a good one. What's a good UFO podcast for her to add to her 2023?
I would say the podcast that Tupa is going to start is what I would recommend.
American Alchemy. That's a good one.
God,
That UFO podcast.
can someone drop all these somewhere for me to read? I'm in the dock sitting here. It's 12 midnight and I can't write it all down, but can somebody
Yeah, we'll put those in there. So yeah, American Alchemy and that UFO podcast.
Yes.
And Red Panda Calls channel. All right.
Kelly Chase's the UFO Rabbit Hole is really, really good, I think, for a newbie.
Yeah, I keep hearing about that one. Yeah. So I do want to make an effort, a conscious effort to do that.
Yeah. And it's a lot to learn, right? It's a big
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
I mean, I know a lot about the paranormal because I've been into that for a long time, and but it was funny because UFOs and aliens were my fear as a child, and now all of a sudden I just want to know more and more and more. So, thank you so much, and thank you for letting me speak.
Estimate, what's your 2023 predictions?
I don't know, man. I'm gonna go on a limb and not play conservative. I think just the fact that they had to come out and try to tell us that there weren't Chinese drones, or that there were Chinese drones, kind of seems to me like they're getting behind it again. So, um, I think, it's, there's good odds that there's gonna be like another big Phoenix Lights or something like that. It's just out of their hands at this point, it seems like, and it's gonna be hard to call that a Chinese drone.
That's kind of what my prediction was, that more people are going to be seeing things, having experiences, and the people are going to bring out more stuff. this year. They're going to have some really good videos and pictures, and I don't know, stuff like that.
So here's my theory. My hand was up. So real quick, my theory is it's like we have all these different countries, right? And they're learning all different things at all different times, right? And we were talking yesterday about like how if you come out with a patent, like the government can like essentially take your idea, especially if it's like really good. And so it's almost like, they're making money off of what they're doing, so we're going to keep this technology implemented because people are still buying cars, we're still doing this and that. We'll keep this new information, this new technology for when we need it or when people stop buying this thing so we can implement something new. So all countries are doing this, right? So there's war going on, right? So some of the technology is used for war. So I think the reason why disclosure didn't happen is because some of that information has to do with the technology that they're using in the war. And I think that if they come out and expose, okay, we have this level of technology, one, that's going to make all of the other things that we're using for energy obsolete. Like if all of a sudden it's like, guess what? You can sing energy into your house, essentially. Then no one's going to be like, it's going to change the world, right? So they don't want to release that because, we're still making money. Plus, that's going to let the other guys know on the other side of the field that, hey, okay, they're releasing that technology. This is what they have. We're going to counter it now because this is now open information. Or, like, it's going to share that information and they're not willing to share. So I think that's why it's late. I think if there was no Ukraine war, disclosure might have came out when it did. But at the same time, I think it's a double-edged sword because disclosure might be forced in the war if we have to start implementing these new technologies, or if people see that this new technology is being implemented and they just can't like deny it. But that's kind of what I'm thinking is it's just like the war is fucking it up.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Like my town this year, instead of fireworks, had a drone show on Independence Day, which was pretty. It was really cool, but they had a coordinated drone show, and also, oh man, I forgot whatever I was gonna say to hit on what you said. So who's next?
Hey guys, so yeah, Daniel Sheehan, he's the lawyer for Lou Elizondo, but he's been in ufology and a lawyer. Red Panda knows who I'm talking about. He stated very matter of factly that there is no UFO report. That everybody's been excited because they were asked to give us a UFO report, but there is literally no UFO report yet. So there's not even anything on the table. And we are, even though we want one, we technically are not entitled to one, although I want one too, but I don't see it coming anytime soon. So I just wanted to say that.
Do you know when he said that?
It was less than 2 or 3 weeks ago. Let me try to remember. I can't remember where I saw him say it, but if I remember, I'll find it and I'll send it to you.
And then did he say anything about Lou Elizondo's like whole like IG complaint thing?
No.
Do you remember?
He only commented about the report. He might have said other things. You know how it is, Panda. You're looking at a video and it's 2 hours long, and you hear something, and that's what you're looking for, and then you move on to something else because you got other things to do. It was one of those kind of deals.
I thought I saw on somebody's
Yeah.
YouTube show, or maybe it's a clip, that they reached out to a senator, and the senator said that they had seen the report and it was submitted.
I just think there's a lot of disinformation out there. So
Yeah, I know.
anyway, I can tell you this: I if there is a report, let's just say there is a report, I don't think it's going to be anything that we're going to get too excited about. I would bet money that the real information is going to come out. Probably some information is going to come out in the next few months. But here, I've been told this, that because they haven't actually delivered this report that we've all been kind of waiting for, there's factions, I'll just call them factions, that have been around a long time that want information to come out. They want the history of ufology to come out first. And if the government, quote unquote, doesn't start releasing this information through these reports that we're all expecting, then they're just going to do their own disclosure. That's exactly what I was told from people very high up in, and you guys, I'm not even going to say their names. You guys know who I'm talking about. These kind of people that are very high up. There's a group of them.
Well, Ocean is
Yeah,
actually.
you know who that was? I'll tell you right now who it was. Hey, so Dr. Greer, he was the one that said that Danny Sheehan was just taking a break from representing him to represent Lou Elizondo just to kind of gain some intel on him and try to convince him to stop spreading disinformation, right? Isn't Danny Sheehan going to go back to Greer now?
I don't know. And I'm not saying that Danny Sheehan is telling the truth either. I mean, it could, I think he is, but it could be that he could be like the overlord of all this information, and he's just the guy that comes in and fills the gaps in occasionally. I don't know. I mean, I just don't. Go ahead, Panda. Maybe you know.
I was just saying, like, for people who don't know, he's actually like a legit lawyer. He was part of the Iran Contra scandal, and actually, I think he was part of the Presidio. Like, I think he did one of those like weird abuse children cases, or was part of getting it out, or something like that. And then I do think Logan was right. I think he was like helping Greer in the '90s, and then yeah, now he's with Elizondo. I hadn't heard the angle of like he was like a secret mole for Greer.
That's what Greer
I heard
says.
that he kind of. I think I've heard Sheehan kind of like try and distance himself, but who knows? It could have maybe been the act.
You
Yeah,
didn't hear?
I like him. I like Sheehan, and I'm hoping that he's being truthful. He appears to be truthful, but it's like anything. I think it's a wait and see game.
Hey, dude, what did you say about Sheehan? You're like, dude, because that other stuff Sheehan is into with like the church. I think was it you that said they were like they know stuff about something, right?
The
Wasn't that you?
Christic Church, I think it's called, or something like that. Yeah, it's like some weird, like low key, like Illuminati thing. I think.
Really? Yeah, yeah. I wanted to know more about that. What do you know?
I just think I'll just look it up real quick. I think they were influential in getting like the Presidio case. I'll look it up.
But Eric, that wasn't you that was talking about that?
No, not the Presidio case. That was Red Panda.
No, I have no idea. No, it definitely wasn't
Okay,
Red Panda.
Christic Institute was founded by Daniel Sheehan in 1980. They worked on the 3 Mile Island case, which was the nuclear disaster in America, like our Chernobyl. They worked on they worked on the Iran Contra affair. They worked on something about the KKK and the American Nazi Party members killing demonstrators. No, I could have swore there was something about like they were pushing to get like one of those like the Presidio or like the Finders cult or one of those like '80s like weird like what's going on with all these kids and like this government. But maybe I might be mistaken.
You guys, I have to sweep up all my weed because my elbow just knocked off my rolling tray.
No.
That sucks. I'm sorry, dude.
Estimate the situation. I'm sorry about that. Go ahead, bro. And then Ocean, yeah. Thanks for putting your hands up, guys.
You're good, man. Thanks. I want to ask Red, yo, like, what do you think are the chances we're gonna get like a second Condon report, or maybe like a report to, or like something to kind of look into that and maybe overturn it?
Like to go back and like a proper one, like they actually do it. I think
Yeah, like to like
so.
retroactively go back and be like, no, we need to redo this decision, or they come to the same decision again.
I feel like they're doing so much of a dance already. Like I feel like it's just like why would they even start it? You know what I mean? Like I feel like they should have just not done anything since 2017. And it's been like a gradual and like it's been slow, but honestly, in like the grand scale of things, it's been pretty fast. Like I always tell people, I'm always thinking about like the old people and like what they would have given to live through this, like Kehoe or someone. Like this is an exciting 5 years, you know? Seriously.
Yeah, man. No,
Dude.
this is. I think this is their Super Bowl. No, so like maybe a better question would be like, and this is to everybody else. So the Condon report is basically a bunch of like a bunch of physicists, a bunch of scientists, whatever, came together and said like, there's nothing to this phenomenon over the last 20, 30 years. If we get that again, who would you want to be on that crew, basically, to kind of go over the history and go over the validity of it?
I remember when they announced one of the crews, maybe it was the NASA one or something, and then like I think people were looking them up, and it wasn't that good. Like some of them, I think Frank Drake's daughter was on it, which was like kind of a prominent skeptic. But I don't even know who I would want on it, to be honest. Like, Ocean?
Oh, yep, I'm here. To be honest, I don't know much about Stephen Greer, but I did see this video today where he was getting quite emotional. Apparently, it was like during an interview where they like had to turn off the camera because like he was getting all sad. I guess like people got suicided.
Yeah, so people made fun of him for that, and it did kind of look fake as hell.
But
But
they were
apparently
assassinated.
they did his
serious.
coworker died of cancer during that time. I think it might have been his wife or something, like might have been romantically involved. We should have asked that one guy who was on earlier who did the HICE. But
I just
yeah,
don't honestly know much about him, but I saw that little 60-second video and I'm like, "Oh, this is, making me feel as though I should really believe what he's saying
well,
because he looks sad."
and
So
that's a
it's
real
like
thing. And Chris Mellon even said recently too that he was supposed to meet with like an aerospace engineer, and he had gotten a heart attack, like, and died like the day before. So there is this kind of very sketch, like people die like this, and I don't know if it's the government or it's whatever's behind the UFOs, but like the entire history from the 40s, there's like some pretty sus deaths that come up all the time. Fun stuff.
I just couldn't tell if it was showing his honesty or if it was trying to make me feel as though he was showing his honesty, but
It
it's
felt
still sad.
inauthentic, and people always make fun of it. But I do know his like co-director or something died, and he attributes at the time the CIA director died, Colby. And this is kind of a parallel I found was that Colby was the CIA director. His daughter died or committed suicide, and then he died. And James McDonald was a famous scientist back in the 60s. And I think a lot of people know he died young, like really sus, and he was looking into this. But what I learned for my current video was that his daughter was actually like raped and like brutally attacked like a week before he died. So I was like, oh, that's kind of an interesting parallel between Colby and McDonald. So who knows? And James McDonald had said that he was being followed around by men in dark suits with no license plates. So maybe it was the government, maybe it was men in black. But you can't keep a secret like that, like being super nice and clean, right?
Yo, do you know if like that had anything to do with James Forrestal's death? Like he committed suicide and like he went crazy towards the end of his
You know what I
career. But,
learned
like, I don't
today?
know.
Apparently, the last person to visit James Forrestal was then Senator Lyndon B. Johnson. I need to double check that.
No.
That's what Dark Journalist said, and usually he's like on his stuff. So we'll see. And then also something else. There was something like JFK, like when he got shot, he was supposed to go drive to Lord Beckner, who was part of the Robertson panel, which is like, whoa, that's kind of weird. And that same guy he went to Antarctica with Admiral Byrd. So it's like, oh, whoa, what are the odds that like JFK was supposed to go meet someone who was UFO related? They weren't going to do like a UFO thing, or maybe they were. Some people say he was going to release all the stuff. So it was just like, whoa, it's just like weird how this stuff pops up like in all these little chapters that you think you know about American history.
Yeah, go ahead. Eric or Kayce? I'm not sure which one was first. Sorry.
Go ahead, Kayce.
Oh, I was just gonna say that it was just mostly crumbs because I had just finished packing most of it into a bowl. So, and I've got plenty of
The 920
Genesis.
weed report by Kayce.
Yeah,
that was a nice plot twist.
Yeah, I've got plenty of Genesis 13 still, so I'm all good here.
Kayce, how
Yeah.
do you be so legit?
I'm just like too legit to quit.
That's funny. That's very
Fucking
funny,
best
actually.
response
Yeah,
could have hoped
I
for.
can fucking hang. Like I can.
And you can't touch this either, right, Kayce?
No, you cannot touch this. And stop because it's
She's
bowl
taken.
smoking
She's got a
time.
boyfriend.
Oh no. You can carry on flattering all night. Let's go.
Beautiful.
HG, did you want to say something? You popped up?
And she still has plenty. She says I still have plenty. Genesis 13.
Okay, real quick. So I did invite Doty. I don't think he's going to come, but he might to come in and tell us why the report isn't here and why we might get something in the next 90 days. So I don't expect that he's going to show up, but he might. So I just want to give you the heads up on that.
He sent me a message too. I was wondering why.
And you, so
Yeah,
you like work with Doty, so you, I mean, like you obviously think he's legit now. Like you
I
trust what
do.
he's did he?
I do. I'll tell
And
you
how
here
long you
another
been
quick,
around?
uh, real quick update. There's a guy named Citizen something, Citizen Witness or Witness Citizen. He's got a Twitter account. He's got over 9,000 followers. He's
Yeah,
got a
Sean, I think Sean.
yeah. So he posted a video today, or just a few hours ago, and he said that this is Rick Doty. It was about the Cash Landrum thing, and it shows this guy behind a screen. It's all blacked out. You can't see his face. You can't hear his voice because it's all modulated. And when I first looked at the video, it had the same shape as Doty's head, and the voice you can't tell who it is because it's completely modulated. So my first impression was it probably was Doty. So I sent it right away over to Doty, and I says, "Is this you?" And then it took him a few minutes, and he replied back, "No, that's Tom Mack." And Tom Mack was the Area 51 intelligence officer, director actually of Area 51 intelligence, and that was settled in case law. He said it was proven in case law that that was not Rick Doty in that video, and that Tom Mack just died a few years ago, and he was really pissed that this guy put that out there because he says it's a total lie. And Doty wouldn't be afraid to admit it. I mean, he talked about the Cash Landrum case, so it's not like he's
Is
trying to
this like
hide from
UFO
it.
cover up live thing? That
Yeah,
show? So he's saying
yeah,
that
that
wasn't
one
him on the
it
show?
was an old show from the 80s.
Yeah,
Doty
that's
said
a.
when that show, go ahead.
Oh, just for the room, I was to say it was like this kind of big deal. It was like a live show. They had some of the original Blue Book people come who at that point were I think like 70. You know, they had like two. So it was kind of a big deal. And then that was when they had the whole thing with like the Falcon and the Aviary. And from my understanding, it was Doty. So this is my first time hearing anyone say like that wasn't Doty. I thought that was like established lore. But yeah, so I'll see if I can find it.
Yeah. If you go on my Twitter, you'll see that I've sent the guy several messages here in the last 10 minutes. So you'll see it attached. The video's attached to my tweets.
He's not coming. He's at the airport right now, he says.
So
Okay,
you
no
think he's
problem.
turned straight? That's what I said.
I do
So
now.
people are like, you could never trust him. But then what I say too is like, Hynek straight up lied to people for 20 years, and we love him now. And I think like he would want to like he would get the vibe now, and it's like he would say like, okay, now it's time to do it. But there's always the chance he could still be disinfo because that's what he did. I don't know if people know who Doty is. I'm sure you've talked about him before, right?
Yeah, he was a deception officer, is how he likes to be called. He said in 1989 was the last year that he was involved in any deception through the DIA, and he didn't need to do that because Hal Puthoff hired him shortly after that. And some of the cases that he's researched, he's talked to me about, and he thinks that some of these cases are going to come out in this disclosure because they're historic cases from quite a long time ago, and he was involved in directly, and he thinks that they're actually going to release some of these stories. And the question I asked him is if they admit that UFOs are real, will they also admit that there were bodies in those UFOs? And he has yet to answer that question. So we'll see what happens.
You know, a lot of this scary stuff, and I was just reading Genesis 13. And if you go to the left, I'll go to the right. And if you go to the right, I'll go to the left. And I'm invoking the flower of life protection bubble around myself and extending it to anyone in this Twitter space who is open to the flower of life protection bubble.
Hey, can we rip a bonk to that?
Too late, I already did.
Nora?
Hey, Red Panda, I wanted to ask you, did you already release your latest video, or is that still coming out?
No, I'm still working on it, guys. It's 2 hours. My longest one. My last one was like 1 hour and 15, I think. But that actually does remind me. I'm probably going to go to listening soon because I'm technically supposed to be working on it, but having just too much fun on UFO Twitter Spaces.
Yeah, I wanted to watch your video, so let us know when it comes out.
I know I'm fake. It was supposed to be part of UFO Twitter Week. And, okay, I'm going to listening, guys. What?
Yeah, thanks for hanging out and being a co-host for a bit. I appreciate it, brother.
Thanks for being trying to get the vibes good. It's been a dramatic ass week, so.
Yeah, it's been something. Hey, Elmo Mush, I saw that tweet you posted, and it's hilarious. Can you do the Elmo voice, or are you a different Elmo?
What voice are you talking about?
Never mind.
Anyway, I just wanted to see if you could talk about the Nike air bases that are scattered around the United States.
The Nike air bases?
Well, they're not so much air bases as missile bases.
Oh, which ones? The ones that have that like I forget what they're called, but they're like a certain pattern and they're like weird and like occultish kind of.
No, they're just places where they shoot off missiles. There's nothing occult about it. They just, have missiles there and shoot them off.
Go ahead and talk about it if you want to talk about it. What are you waiting for? Go ahead, talk about it.
Basically, every major city in the United States has about 8 Nike missile bases around it. Do you not know what a Nike missile base is?
I've never heard of it.
Yes, I'm sure you have not.
Do you want to tell us what they are?
They're missile bases with Nike missiles.
Oh, that clears it up. Thank you.
What is a Nike missile?
It's a ICBM.
But haven't those been around for a very long time?
Yes, a very long time.
Are we all
why is it a concern more so now than maybe in the past, or is it the same concern it's always been?
No, I would just like to hear opinions on that.
Why?
He's trolling. He's trolling. Like he's a troll account.
He has 10 followers, though.
Him and the bird guy are both trolling.
Oh, the bird guy, is he trolling? It's kind of,
The bird guy is not.
No, he's putting on a performance. Like his whole website's a satirical thing. Like, and when he gets on, he just kind of he tries to. He's making fun of everybody, basically.
Are there not Nike missile bases everywhere?
You know, I used to think that Fred Rogers was like that, but then I realized that he is like a genuine person.
Yeah.
Also, he's also a genuine person.
He almost started crying when all the bad stuff happened in the group.
Oh, I love Fred Rogers.
I was
Wonderful
super
person.
sus at first. I was like, what are all these voices? Who is this guy? There was this.
Yeah, I'm not talking about Fred Rogers though. I just like sorry, Ocean.
And stuff, and then I realized that he's like actually not a bad dude. Like he's a good dude. He's a
very good dude
to have come in the spaces, and I think he helps protect us from actual trolls because he kind of puts himself out there, and then I don't know. It's like we love him. I love him. But I've never heard of these bases before, so I don't know. Elmo, I got a question for you.
Sure.
Have you ever seen an alien?
Nope. They don't exist.
What
Neither
about
do ghosts.
Hey, hold on, time out. Elmo.
Okay, look at his his post.
Time out.
Hold on, can you just read his last post? Like,
I just want to ask
listening
Elmo
in
a
on
question.
UFO talk, I think they should spend some time thinking carefully about how irredeemably stupid and gullible they are.
One more, and Elmo, why do you think we should have a national conversation about your cock? Because I saw you tweeted that about 2 weeks ago. What's up with your cock, bro?
It's pretty magnificent.
Yeah, he's a troll. If you guys want to have him, go for it. I don't care.
A national conversation?
Hey, do you know
Green.
that song, that Rammstein song? Oh, has anybody seen that movie International?
Oh, the one with the business spies?
Well, there's this movie Interstellar. Yeah. Has anybody seen the movie Interstellar? It's a really good movie.
That better not fucking be Kayce right now. Or actually, it better be Kayce because I'm about to... Okay.
I did. The last time I watched that, I was eating moon pies.
Yo, no. Okay, dude. Today, Kayce
Love you,
and I,
Matthew.
just a quick update on the report for the community. We had to listen to this guy talk about Interstellar, and he like put it into every single conversation as if it was like some kind of, I don't know. I'm too high for this Bible.
Scripture.
Do you think there's like new age ads where it's like, guess what? Buy this AI that can pretend to be this person and promote your movie in spaces. Only $30 a month. Send them out there to troll us.
I think
Yeah,
about that almost daily. Every hour of every day, I think about that.
I saw an ad like 3 days ago for a AI copywriter, so it's for sure a thing.
I mean, back in the day, you would kind of go like in a dark web or something like that and get like a mass email bomber, and that's how you annoy people or like troll people that you don't like. But I guess this is a different way.
Hold on,
I,
hold on, hold on, hold on. I brought the Falcon up to go ahead and give him. Why'd you bring him back down? Give him a chance to defend himself. Go ahead, Mr. Falcon. What do you have to say to the accusations?
I just got a microphone, so I missed the first part of that sentence. The only thing I heard was accusations, and that's the most familiar word I've ever heard leveled at me.
What did you have to say about the accusations that were said earlier?
I'm afraid I can't answer general accusations. To be specific, that I'm a troll, I don't think so. I don't think I'm a troll, but I can never be sure. That's as good an answer as I can give. I mean, we know Descartes had trouble figuring out whether reality was a troll. I think that to some extent.
All right, I'm coming down a listener.
for
I'm not
real.
dealing with this.
I think Smith has been raising his hand for a bit. If you want to have Smith talk.
I mean, it's worth a man. You're going to accuse him of something. Just go ahead and give him a chance to make a statement. That's all.
Yeah, I removed him because you know what? We had a good vibe going on there, and it just seems like we keep getting distracted by just bullshit. So let's just try to move forward with other conversation. I don't know, unless you want to be entertained by these people. It's your space, Logan.
No, I'm just saying, like, if you accuse someone of some shit, like, fine, like, that's totally cool with me, but you should give them a chance to, like, respond to it. That's all. That's all I'm
All right,
saying.
go ahead and bring him back in if you want, but just let's ask him why he's interested in being here. That's the first question I want to know. Why is this guy from Dubai who's got 23,000 followers that nothing on his Twitter feed says anything about UFOs? Why is he here in our room? That's all I want to know.
Yeah, I think trolls come in all shapes and sizes, and you know, to me, I was grew up a prank phone caller. So when trolls come into the space, people get really upset, but I'm always like kind of disappointed, honestly. They're usually not that funny, unfortunately. But yeah, maybe to change the pace, I had a question. I was in the Air Force and I heard about a place, and I'm going to continue to ask this community to see if anything pops up. But the place is called White Sands, and if anyone knows about that, I'd love to hear anything about it. And the other thing is, which more people know about, which is the DUMBs, the military underground bases, and it sounded too weird to be true with the whole Walmart thing. The idea that they were connected under the WalMarts, but again, it's why I appreciate the community like this so much, because there's certain things that we just don't take for granted. Understanding how people think, and the general populace is just naive to how certain people think about how they want to rule the world and stuff. And this has been going on a long time, so I'm just curious if anyone can comment on that as well.
I would like to talk to E and explain why I'm listening to this community and why I'm not a troll and how it's kind of changed my life here. Like, okay, shoot. First off, the entire imagination landscape excites me. I think that this entire field of
What? Oh, I think that was the real dude and not the fake dude. So what happened? He's suddenly gone. Did we kick him? I didn't kick him.
That was
Oh yeah, that was me. He's not a troll. He was calling
I don't think he's a troll.
ufology imagination land.
No, I don't think he's a troll. Actually, I could be wrong, but I think let's give him a chance. I say we give him a chance. Let's give him a chance.
I mean, he's kind of starting off like, oh, yeah, I find this whole imagination land thing like what?
No, I got
I
it.
had
I
a
got it.
question for
I got
him.
it. Go ahead.
Hold on. So, let me give you like set the stage here. This guy's a weird motherfucker. Like if you read his page, it is super strange, right? So just know that this isn't like your average guy that talks about whatever normal kind of shit you think. He's a weird dude. So he's a weird guy that's gonna say some weird shit. So just know like that's the filter it's going through.
I had a question for him. I was wondering, how good are your sleeps? Like, how many hours do you sleep at night? And also if you have dreams when you're asleep.
Yeah, hold on. Let him respond to like being a troll first, because it could very well be the last thing he ever says in here. So let's go ahead.
Could I respectfully ask that? Could we make this? Could we stop devoicing me, because it really screws up my headset every time you guys do it? Twitter Spaces is not the least buggy thing, and so every time it happens, I have to go through a complicated thing in order to get microphone back. And
Okay,
I
bro,
think
just
that's just
get
a
to the
respect.
point.
Yeah, and
Get
we
to the
gotta
point.
listen to you. So
Good.
I haven't done it
I'm
once,
not a
so don't
troll. I'm a genuine dude. I have fun on Spaces. I like saying fun stuff. I think that's part of the paranormal community. I think that listening to people like me is part of what makes this space great. I think that I belong here. I'm not a troll in the sense that I disrupt the space, but I think that I'm definitely going to come from any conversation from an oblique angle, just because that's where the fun is. That's why the paranormal community is so much fun. I'm not a troll. I mean, I know this other guy was following me and making fun of you guys, but you can't say anything without somebody making fun of you for it. So no, I'm here to listen to all of the parts about the stuff that I don't know anything about, because I'm not like an information head enough to really drill down into reports. I have the Hynek report, like it's on my shelf, but I'm just not smart enough to read it myself, guys. And listening to you is fun, and I like throwing in my own little weird stuff sometimes. And Logan, like, I understand it's been a rough week, but man, don't throw this baby out with the bathwater. I think that I'm like the kind of guy you want coming up and vibing with you. Anyway, that's my piece.
And I
Okay,
think that's a charade. That's my piece.
No, I'm going to accept that. I think we should give the guy. We've given this guy. I don't think he's an a-hole, but we've given a-holes a better shot than we've given this guy.
Give him an apology.
Did you hear the terminology he used? He clearly knows what's going on and has been around.
Well, we'll see. You could be right, but I think we should give him a chance. We'll see.
Hey, what do you mean he's been around? Like, what words did he use that? Like, what do you mean?
He was basically just talking about all the drama that's been going on, and then said, "Throw the baby out with the bathwater." Like that, he knows what's going on. And then he said, "Oh, I'm not smart enough to read the reports," and he's just trying to like paint a picture for y'all.
I thought that may be because he caught the tail end of Kent Space.
Yeah. Plus, he's got 23.5 followers, and I'll just say this: you don't get 23,000 followers when you're a troll, in my opinion. So I don't think he's a troll either. That's just my opinion.
You can buy followers.
But
well,
like,
he's been in our
I'm not
space.
troll. I'm just saying I don't think he's being honest in why he's here.
Yeah, that could very well be, and I guess we'll find out when he starts being disruptive. We'll know. But so far, I haven't seen anything crazy. Have you? I could be wrong.
I haven't, but we've talked to him for 2 or 3 months off and on. Maybe once a month or something, or twice.
Everyone's fur is up. We're all like that Spider-Man meme where we're all pointing the guns at each other. It's like,
I know, and it's just about to flip me out. Shit.
I don't know. I agree with Scream, man. The way he's phrasing everything is kind of like this is like a huge joke, and he's supposedly a lawyer and he's not smart enough to read the Heineck papers, but like we are. He's. I mean, you guys do what you want. Like I'm gonna say I agree with Scream, and that's it.
Yeah. So, Mr. Falcon, why can't you read the Heineck report? Like, you went to school, right? So, what's up?
Okay, so it's on my shelf. I can show you I can take a picture of it and give it to you. Like I have a shelf full of these books. Let me look at this. Okay, sorry, I got to roll this stuff around. The Phenomenon of Man. The let's see.
Yeah, the question wasn't what books do you have? It was why aren't you smart enough to read the Heineck report? That's what you said.
He's thinking of his lie real quick.
No, he's playing a parody. Like he's actually pretty good at it too, which is kind of interesting. But
Yeah, that's enough. We don't need any more of that shit to like disrupt us. We're cool. You can just listen if you're that interested, Falcon.
Yeah, I say just let him listen. I mean, geez, that's fine.
I just want to throw in there, guys, you can buy followers. I just wanted to say, so if someone's got like so many followers, it doesn't actually mean there's that many people following them. That's why I don't care about my followers. Like if I got 50 or if I got 50,000, for me it's about quality. And so when people add me and I don't know them, I'm like, all of a sudden there's 1,000 people that know me. Like Jesus Christ, I hope not. Like I don't know. I don't really care about the whole followers thing. That's why I want to ask about dreams and UFOs and shit. But um,
Isn't there something called imposter syndrome?
yeah, that's different. So that's like when you live through a traumatic event and you survive and you feel like you're responsible for everything. I think that's what it's. No, I don't know. It's
Dude,
something
it might
else.
be more like you feel like you're meant to like know a lot of shit, but you don't have confidence in your abilities. So you feel like even though you say like you're a software engineer, like you don't feel like you're like cool enough to have the title because you just don't feel like you have enough information in your head.
Yeah, exactly. You start a
Do you think
business and you think you're a businessman, and then your business fails, and you're like, oh, it's because I'm stupid.
do you think that public speaking or Twitter Spaces would bring that out in a person? I mean, it shouldn't, right? But like, I could see how the anxiety of like getting in here and you've been listening for a while and people start talking about all the research and intelligible stuff and then
I
You
see what you're
can't
getting
have
at.
an you just can't have an ego about it. You got to be like, I don't know this. Teach me, right? And then hopefully the people around you will teach you and not call you dumb, or they might call you dumb and then you leave, or I don't know. I'm just saying, you're not stupidity doesn't mean that you don't know anything. It means that you're unable to learn, right?
Well,
So
yeah,
just because you don't know, it doesn't mean you're stupid. It just means you
I
haven't learned yet. If you're unable to learn, then you're stupid.
I think there's a difference between humility and imposter syndrome. Like imposter syndrome is
And there's
more
nothing
like a
wrong
sense of
with being
shame.
stupid. Kent is very stupid. There's nothing wrong with that.
I wanted to say, like, I have a strong background in drafting and CAD, and a lot of time I'm intimidated by the terms, and I know I've heard the names, but I don't really remember all the connections, and so I just listen, and that's how I get through it. And then if I have a if I have an anecdote to share, or when I feel like everybody needs to hear me smoke cannabis, I pop in. And boy, Princess took my words 100. Yeah, Rappy's got it. Uh, Princess took my words right out of my mouth. There's people that I immediately disqualified and then realized that uh, Yeah, they are contributing. They're just doing it in their way, with a way about them. There's one person in my mind that I can think about in particular that when you listen
Yourself?
to them, you can definitely hear some insight that's been damaged underneath a lot of pain and trauma. And I actually have started really enjoying hearing this person in bursts, short bursts. That was my input.
So, hey, Logan and Screen, I just sent you guys a couple tweets. Just check that out because it's interesting. Yeah, you just if I mean I'm scrolling through his thread, so I'm just sending you guys tweets that gives you more clues to consider. That's all.
I'm so dumb that I thought that mind over matter meant that the truth was duality.
I legit thought that you were Taylor, like a sock pucket Taylor account, because y'all sound the same, and then you're in the same room, and I'm like, what? I'm like, okay, you gotta be sisters then. Something's going on, because y'all sound alike.
Wait, that wasn't Taylor? I'm grocery shopping, so I've got my shit in my pocket. Was that Natalie?
Yeah, everyone's everyone. I hope. Hey, okay, so here's what UAE said to me just now, and I feel like if he's trolling, like it's getting a little personal now because he says, "Yo, man, I've been having fun with this community for months, but to be singled out and accused like this for no reason at all from you specifically has made it so I can't even really listen and have a good time anymore. That really sucks that you needed to bully me." How do you guys feel about that?
The self-deprecation is a turnoff, and we smell the fear.
Can I comment?
Go ahead,
Can I
Eric.
comment? Can you guys trust me just for 5 minutes to have a conversation? Because I've scrolled through a lot of his tweets. I mean, he's posted his face on.
As pretty much paints everybody else as an idiot, and he's playing a parody of that. And then, like,
Okay,
I don't know. I
I
mean,
can't
I'm
tell
just
who's
saying.
talking to me right now. Can somebody tell me who's talking to me? Because I can't tell. I'm sorry. Who was that just talking to me? Estimate? Is it Estimate?
Yeah, that's me. But everybody
Okay,
sounds like a robot. I don't know who's talking.
okay, it's me, Eric. So you might be right, Estimate, but and I'm not trying to start a fight or argument because I'm not into it. Trust me, I don't think you're right this time. If you guys don't want to let him in the room, that's Logan's choice. If you want to let him in the room and you want to let me ask him some questions and see where it goes from there, that's fine too. But if you don't want to do that, Logan, it's your room. It's your call.
No, you guys can do it. I don't. I'm just letting you know he's making fun of you all. That's it.
Okay, and I just disagreed with you, but whatever.
Yeah, I mean, how do you feel he's making fun of us, Estimate? Like, what specifically?
Like, he's using all this language and terminology that basically kind of, like, again, paints us as a make believe joke, and that, like, he's coming at it from a certain angle, like a very humorous angle. You gotta be able to make fun of yourself and things like that. Like, he's using that, but he's using that as a way to play this character. I mean, everything he's saying is condescending. It's like coded in being condescending, and it's like
Okay,
he's
but
a
I'm going to
really
give
good
you a C
performer though.
minus for discernment. You get a C minus for discernment, in my opinion.
Don't do that, Eric. Don't be like that. Hey, so okay, so he was saying he was like super important, and like he's like a he's like a figure, like a super figure of like this field. And I felt like he was trying to say that like I'm as important as like the most important people here. Like you need to talk to me, right? Isn't that kind of what he was saying?
I
Can I
didn't get that
interject
from him.
some nonviolent communication? So I think what happened is UAE came into the space. He was excited to share. He started sharing, and it wasn't taken the way that he implied it to be. And so he might have ruffled a few feathers, or some people felt a little like he was taking the phenomena as a joke, and they felt kind of offended by it. And then UAP was removed, or UAE was removed from the room, and now he's feeling hurt because he just wanted to be a part of the conversation. Does that sound accurate?
Yeah, I agree with you.
I
So
mean,
And I
moving
also
forward,
want
yeah,
to
we
it's
need
say,
to
your
know that
guys'
the
space.
phenomena is not a joke, and we don't joke about it.
yeah,
And then also that UAE actually wants to be a part of the conversation, and then we just got to follow those rules to have good
yeah.
conversation.
Also, the claim he was making that he was a lawyer for the firm that like worked on the Panama Papers, and then just to kind of act that way afterwards, like it doesn't add up either.
Your call,
Yeah.
Logan. What do you want to do, bro?
So yeah, okay. He's right. He wouldn't be acting that way. Although there's nothing wrong with being a certain way in your professional life and like another way like in your personal life. You know what I mean? There's a lot of closets full of stuff you know you wouldn't expect. So I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that.
You want to give me like 3 minutes with them and see how that goes, and then we'll take a vote after that.
I don't know. It kind of sucks for him, doesn't it?
Oh, well, he
How
wants
about
to come in.
no? How about you
He's
guys
requesting.
just ignore what I said. Let him into space, and if you guys just all I'm gonna say, just listen. Just not today, tomorrow.
Well, that's what we
Probably
plan on
Tuesday.
doing. And I also want to suggest that I know Hot Damn wants to come in, and Connor. And if any of these guys come in, we let's not just pile on. Okay, let's try to like have a civil conversation. We don't need a lot of trollish kind of conversation. I'm not in the mood for it. You know, I don't think Logan is either. So I'm going to let this guy in, and if you guys want to let me just ask him a few questions, we'll see where it goes. If at any point it goes in an area that Logan you don't want or screen, you guys have it's your room. I'm just here to help.
So hold on. I already did let him back in. Did somebody else just drop him?
Okay.
Fucking screen. You dropped him already. Fuck. He didn't even say anything yet.
I didn't do that.
Oh, okay.
Okay, he's in here now. He's in there. I don't know. It's just not showing yet. It might take a minute.
I think there was a lot of adding and subtracting activity. We just all need to catch up. Screens probably look different. Like right now, it shows that there's 14 speakers, so that's not true, right?
Okay. Okay, he's in the room. Okay, sir. First of all, sir, UA, can you tell us your first name? Are you cool with that?
Absolutely. Yeah, actually, if anyone to this, can you go ahead and give us like your opinion on this person? If he's like a professional troll or just like a regular troll, like
or maybe not a troll at all. We got three choices here. It's UAE. Can you tell us your first name, sir?
Yeah, I've already told you all my first name, and I'm sorry I don't have my headset because I keep getting kicked off of it every time this happens.
Okay, well, we understand that. We just want to have a conversation with you.
Yeah,
that's all. We don't need to hear about your problems with your headset.
Of course. My full legal name is Bernard Robert Goldsmith. I'm an attorney.
I don't give a shit what your name is. No one cares.
You just asked
no, I asked
me.
them. I just
you
asked
just
them, Logan.
Asked me. God dang it, man.
I did.
Sorry. I'm supposed to be high enjoying stuff. I didn't mean to be singled out like this, right? That was the purpose of the message. I'll answer any questions you want, man. I'm high right now.
Okay, so right on. Okay, you were good, bro. I fought for you, bro. I fought for you. Okay, so just chill out. Chill out. Take a breath. All right, so I'm just curious. What is it about the UFO topic that first got you interested? That's my first question. What did you have an experience? Do you know somebody that had experience? Do you work in the field of this type of thing? Or tell us why you are interested in this topic.
This isn't gonna sit well with the people that think that I'm not taking this seriously, and it's because I first started getting seriously interested in it. It's always been around, but I first started seriously getting interested in it as, entertainment. But then it was kind of a vehicle into discovering things that were hidden about my own life. And I literally just moved to Crescent City to focus on this stuff. Anyway, I answered your question.
I appreciate that. Now, are you really in finance? Like you're from Dubai originally? Is that correct?
No. Okay. So this is an account that I made to make fun of my former occupation, which was as a guy, Sullivan and Cromwell, corporate attorney. They also worked me on the litigation side. I did personal and estates. You can look up on their website, CDIG, Criminal Defense and Investigations, FIG, Financial Institutions Group. I know all this stuff, man. you can look up my name. I'm one of the chaired lawyers for the Chrysler Bank bailout, the Chrysler bailout bankruptcy type thing, where fiat had an increasing share of control. So that's my answer. And also, before that, I worked SDNY, major crimes and narcotics. After that, I was a senior attorney for the Small Business Administration. I'm high right now. I'm not making something up. I'm trying to remember the fucking
Okay,
name.
I believe you,
Yeah, I just
bro.
retired from that.
Relax. I believe you. I believe you. We're not challenging you. We're just trying to get to know you, bro. It's all good. Just
Thank you.
relax.
Sorry.
So now that you're in Crescent City, can you just share with us what you're comfortable with, what your plans are, what you're doing, what's going on with you now at this point?
I had a crazy experience where because of like this field, I don't know what terms to use that won't offend you guys. I've never
Just say whatever comes to your mind. Don't worry about terms, bro. Just tell us your experience, and if you don't worry about saying it right, just say it like it is. Just come from your heart. That's all we care about.
We do joke about UFOs all the time.
I had an experience that I'm having trouble understanding that was outside of the realm of normal, that causes me to question the nature of reality. And I know that this isn't some artifact of mental illness because of all of the things that that have happened. And so my question trying to figure this out, like I'm struggling with the thought of, am I even a real person? Like, Bernard Goldsmith is my name, and Three Brave Men is a major motion picture that was made in the 50s, obviously by fucking shadow ops people. So I'm discovering this heritage that I have in, I think what it's called in the continent is like the shadow gallery. Anyway, just listening to you guys trying to puzzle stuff out helps me a little bit. And I was having fun, like throwing in. I didn't mean to come in on the bad vibes.
Okay, you know what, bro? You're forgiven from whatever you fears are. You're forgiven. You're in the room. You're all good. So if I would really love to hear just something about this experience. We're not going to judge you because most of us in here are experiencers, and if I can help you, I will. So please tell us about your experience without any fear, because no one's going to judge you or laugh at you. I promise.
No, you know what? I'm really sorry. Like I was vibing earlier. I'm not gonna be like a Mr. Like I'm not gonna show you now or whatever. But like I'm physically shaking because like I did not expect to be interrogated. Well, not interrogated. Mr. E, you're fine. Like I know that you were questioning me and like looking at my timeline, but I believe that you've taken a good look at whatever evidence. I didn't expect to be put on trial. I'm just having fun on Twitter. And I really like what you guys are talking about. But I would like to calm down. I think I would like.
That's why I'm here.
Yeah. I would like Logan to not be that way towards me if he would like to interact with me, like respectfully. Just like stop whatever it was that you decided that I am or I need to be exposed as or proven not to be. I can't even prove a negative, man. Like the vibes here have been really low, and I'm here to have fun. Like, Jesus, man, I'm here to smoke a bowl. I want to be your friends. Let's be friends. Friends.
Okay, I followed you, so as far as I'm concerned, I wouldn't follow you if I didn't want to follow you, bro. So you and I are good. I tried to fight for you. I think other people are willing to open up their minds. So just hang out, chill out, get high, have a cocktail, drink, take a shot of whatever. Kimball, go ahead.
Is he gonna share it?
He's not ready to talk about it, man. Just give him his time. He's kind of high right now. He wants to just chill out. He's shaking. Let him relax for a while.
Hey, may I interject and change the subject and ask you guys a question, specifically Ian, Logan, and Scream, because you guys have heard a lot from me. Is that cool?
Yeah, hey Screen, don't you just love this whole fucking asking to ask questions thing? It's hilarious. Yeah, of course, man.
That's why I don't answer.
Yeah,
Just
I had to pause my my One Piece episode, but so listen, the reason why I brought up you three is because you guys, I've told you guys I've been like kind of struggling with these dreams I've had. I had one the other day, and it solidified everything I've been thinking. And I'm kind of like I'm not afraid. I'm just I'm not really freaked out either. I don't really know how to explain it, but or describe it, but I think I'm scared. I think two or 3 days ago, I had a dream, and I realized, all the things I've been telling you about, like the dreams I've been having. I'm having memories, you guys. Like it's so freaky. I'm having memories of like stuff that I shouldn't have memories about. So really quickly, 2 or 3 days ago, I had a dream, and I'm running away from someone, and I'm like, not in the desert, like based on where I was, like I was either in like Egypt or like not Dubai, but like like somewhere where it's like there's a lot of sand, like orange dirt, and I'm running up this hill, and I'm running up this big hill, and then as I'm running up this hill, like it's like rocks and just like orange dirt, and then like as I'm running up the hill, it's like zigzagging up, and when I hit the first like right turn, like I see these like perfectly cut cubed stones. I didn't pay any attention to it, so I run up and there's like this like temple or um, like castle type thing, and I run up to it. There's like two, like I guess like security guards, and like I walk past them and it's like as this it was as if they couldn't see me. So I walk into this building, right, and I'm in this like foyer like loft area, and it's the reason why I'm saying it's like memories is because like I don't want to go into the details, but everything was so detailed. Like I could remember how many rooms there were, how many doors there were, how many hallways there were. So anyway, I walk in, and this like old woman, and I don't want to describe what she looked like, but it was this old woman. She comes out, and she brings out this tray, and she's sitting on the ground, and she's like, I remember her saying, "Do you want to go to church with me?" And I'm like looking around, but the tray that she brought down or brought with her, and like I'm sitting on like these two steps. Um, she asked like, "Do I want to go to church with her?" And I'm like, "Okay, like where do you want to go?" But like she brings up this tray, and the tray has like some stones, and then like I can remember like a blue figure, like a Buddhist type thing, on it. And I sit down and I talk to her. And then to my left, I see a hallway and there's like pictures. And I woke up the next morning and I really wanted to draw this on my iPad. Like it was, I'm telling you, it was so. Here's the craziest part. This is what I want to tell you guys. The craziest part is I looked up, I Googled what I had a dream about, and I swear on everything, I have never heard about this, but I Googled like the description of what I was like, like what I remembered in my dream. But anyway, I'll tell you that in a second. But anyway, I'm sitting down talking with a lady, and I'm looking down this hallway, like wondering what this hallway leads to, and like I ran up this hill that was so high where I knew there was something underground. Anyway, the lady tells me that the building I'm in is the building that like underneath the ground, like the reason why it was protected is because they have all of the like the documents and the knowledge of like what they had in Atlantis. Okay, so the reason why I was running up the, and I remember like what I told her and like why I snuck in. Like I told the woman, I was like, listen, um like it was myself. Like sometimes I have dreams where I'm in other people's shoes and I'm in like other scenarios and it's not me, but this time it was me. So I was so freaked out when I was there. Like I lied to the woman. I was talking to her in an Indian accent, and I told her the reason why I ran up the hill was because an American was chasing me. I'm American, I don't know. Anyway, so I told her an American was chasing me, and I told her that I found this, it was a security camera, and like the security camera was broken, and I put it down on, like on the floor so she can see it, but the time frame, like the era of like the time that I was in wasn't like 2022 or 2023. It was like I was like back in time, like they were wearing old stuff and whatever. So I sit down in this room. She's like, do I want to go to church? And there's this table, and there's like this Buddhist like little figurine on the table with her, and I take out of my bag like a security camera, and she looks at it, and then she looks back at me, and then she's like, um the reason why I'm not speaking for verbatim, but basically she was like, she looks at the camera and she looks at me and she says, like, the place that I'm at right now is where we hide or where we store and we protect like ancient knowledge. Okay, so I wake up after that, right? So anyway, I woke and this was so anyway, I woke up like 2 days ago, and I'm like, I'm googled temple on the mountain. Let me see if it's still on my Safari. I googled a temple on top of a mountain. Okay, so here it is. Um, it's called Thera Town. It's an island, and if you look up the ancient, like, um, I mean, let me go back. But anyway, if you look up Thera Town, it's in Greece. I had a dream in where I was in Greece thousands of years ago. I met a woman, and she
Hey,
told me that.
hot damn, bro. I
Yeah.
don't mean to be rude. How much longer are these dreams going to go? Just because I might have to run to the store real quick, and I don't want to miss any of it.
Oh no, like I mean that was the most of it. So to conclude my point, the point is I had a dream, right? And and I've told you guys I've been having dreams where I'm like in other places or like other universes. Like I haven't really known what to think of it, but this time it was so visual where I googled it, and where I went in my dream was I went to the city of Santorini in Greece, but it was like thousands of years ago. And the woman that I met, like I brought her a security camera. Like you know how you like go to Walmart and there's like those black balls and it's a camera. I brought her one of those, set it down. She told me the building that I was in is where they kept, the ancient knowledge of like um Atlantis and like, the stuff about the giants and the pyramids and stuff. I woke up before I could go downstairs. Anyway, I'm just saying I'm freaked out because I used to just think, oh, it's my imagination, but this one was so vivid, and the fact that I googled and found where I was, like in my dream, and I've never seen anything on TV about it. I've never like nothing. It took me like maybe 4 hours to Google to find this place, but I was in ancient Greece. And I climbed up on top of the mountain and I spoke to a woman and she told me where I was, and then I woke up. So I don't know why this is happening to me. There's a lot of other things, like a lot of other dreams I've had, but I don't know why it's happening to me, and it's weird and it's freaky, and I just wanted to share that with you guys.
There's people that do dream interpretation. If you want to know somebody I can recommend you to, send me a DM. Who had their hand up next?
Quickly, I was just going to add that there's this like thing that the Pleiadians say with ascension, and they're like, you'll remember who you truly are. And like past life regression is an interesting topic, and I don't know, it definitely goes along the theory of reincarnation. And yeah, I mean, there could definitely be like solar waves that are contributing to like memories being dreamt about and stuff. I don't know.
Well, that's what's weird because like I used to tell my mom when I was a little kid, and then like I would tell my friends when I was, maybe like in like high school or whatever. But like I can remember um maybe like an hour or two after I was born, I can remember sitting in like the little like incubator, like little plastic bowl to the right of my mom while she was like on the hospital bed, and then like I swear like I can remember um being in my mom's stomach. Like I've had like the strangest like I just say experiences, but I don't know.
I've
If
done that meditation before. Like there was a whole 25 minutes that I meditated and I was in my mom's stomach. And yeah, like completely recalled that memory.
Hey, E, have you had a past life regression, dear?
No, I'm not into the regression thing. I'm not convinced that it's totally I don't know that I would use that. You can't use it in court. First of all, doesn't mean it's not real. Doesn't mean it doesn't work. It's just that I'm just not a fan of it personally.
What's past life? Did you say past life regression?
Hey E, I'll pay for your first two past life regression to the best regressionist on this in the U.S. Continental. Seriously,
All right, I'll consider that. Send me a DM and we'll talk about it privately.
I'm serious about it. Like literally, something's vibing about you. I don't know. You're connected
Only
to.
because you're kind of cute and you're blonde, and that's the only reason why I'm going to consider this.
No, because you're kind of connected to
Hey, I'm cute
something.
and I'm blind. What's up?
Yeah, hot damn's cool.
No, I think E's connected to something. I'm sorry, Logan. But E is like a little weirdo to me. But I want him to do it for himself.
Get that a lot.
Not for me, Logan. For himself.
Did you get my Charles Hall tweets today? Did you look at those?
Dude, I had to work 12 hours today, but I will. Thank you
All
so
right,
much.
you're going to be so psyched because I literally filmed the area where Charles Hall worked for you. I went out and did it for you.
Hold on, Mr. E. How about this? Are you planning to do any type of like excursions or like taking us into the valley of Arizona or Texas or something?
Of
Like
course, you're in Texas, right?
He's coming to Utah and he's gonna get a burger and he's gonna take all of us up to
Wait, I'm
a
moving to
point.
Utah in at the end of the month. Who's in Utah?
Me.
Who said
no,
me?
what I'm saying is E should do like little field trips. I'm willing to pay for it because I'm
Okay,
scared to
you
get lost.
got it.
Go back
You got it.
home.
I've been doing field trips for 6 years and paid for it, honey. I swear on my life, I spent well over $100,000, well over of my own money, and I've never tried to ask anybody for any Patreon money. I don't have a YouTube channel. I don't have a radio show. I've never tried to get anybody to write a book. I do it for free because I just want to give the information away for free. But if you want to help me out, God bless you. I'll take your help.
Well, that's true. I can back that up. I love that, by the way. And I'm kidding. He's a total money lover. He takes all the money he can get. He constantly advertises. Isn't that right?
Your
Just kidding.
sarcasm is quite humorous, Logan. I love it though.
Okay, so anyways, I wanted to tell you about this thing. UAP, whoever her name is, posted like how many experiencers have received like strange phone calls shortly after their experience, and two people responded with they received calls from a number with a lot of zeros in it. Like, what the fuck? Is that a thing? Does anyone else receive phone calls with zeros in it? Like only zeros after their experience?
You can do that.
I have.
What the fuck? Why? What's going on?
My iPhone tells me that it always says that. Well, it'll be like the first three digits of the number, and I always thought that it was what do you call it? Not collect, but like like out of the country calls. I've answered them a couple times, and then my stepmom called me and she yelled at me, and she's like, "Why have a $50 charge in my bill?" But like I'd answer and they just wouldn't say anything. But it was
You
always like out of the
for a
country. It's like
call that
plus
you
zero
received
zero
what?
zero
I
type
had a
shit.
crazy call once.
Yeah. So, hot damn, why are you being charged for a call that you're receiving?
You accept charges when
Um,
you answer those.
yeah. If so, like
Didn't I tell you at
like
the beginning?
the
Like,
area code. It was an international call, so it was like +00 something, and then
when
like
you pick up the phone, like, whoever such and such is calling from, blah, 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 will you accept these charges? Did the phone call start like that?
um, no, I just got a call and I just picked up and I was just like hello, and then like um no one spoke. But that's actually not the time I got like the $50 charge. This time like I wasn't on the phone that long. I had like an interview with a company like in Europe, and then like I was on the phone with them for like I don't know like 20 minutes, and that was a $50 charge. But it was like a similar like I don't know, it's not an area code, but like the country code.
Yeah, they come in from Jamaica. Like I've
How long
heard.
were you
I
on the
don't
phone
know.
with them? I thought they didn't say anything.
No,
Quick
no, they
timeout.
didn't say anything.
We got 13 speakers, and
Why
Rand
would you stay
wants
on
to.
the phone for 20 minutes and they not say anything?
We have 13 speakers, and Rand wants to come up. So if anybody wants to drop down for a minute, I'm not suggesting they do that, but
I'll drop down for a little bit.
okay, so
Andrew
unless
says hand
you.
up too.
Let's get to Andrew. I'm sorry, Andrew. We've just been ignoring your hand like an asshole. Like I'm a total asshole. Sorry about that, bro. Go ahead, Andrew. Go ahead.
Oh, hey, it's totally cool. It's just a quick question for Major, because you mentioned you said the best, and everybody has an opinion. But could you name? Do you mind the name of the regressionist that you're talking about? I was just curious.
Well, Dolores Cannon, I think she's the best. And then I found Dolores Cannon's student. He's still alive, this old dude in Arkansas. And like, I went to meet him last Christmas, and he's like, "Hey, girl, you're fucked up. Here's Robert Monroe's book." He literally told me that I may have past lives, but my current situation is really messed up because I go out of my body, and Robert Monroe talks about that quite a lot, and he teaches you how to control your out of body experiences. And I, I'm like living through my depression because you guys, I can't sleep. I sleep, but I live another life when I sleep, multiple lives, and it's not fun when you wake up and you're trying to remember who you are. Damn, that's not fun.
Yeah, no, I think that's the experience I've been having. Like, I'll go to sleep and like I literally like I go somewhere else. I'm either a different person or I'm experiencing like I'm sorry, I got One Piece on. I'm gonna try and pause it. But like I go somewhere else, like, and I'm a spectator, or I'm living like, I mean, one of my dreams, like, it was crazy. Like, I was in someone else's apartment, and then like it was like a family fighting, and then like and then they pushed me into a room, and then like the mom was like beating like I don't know, her daughter or something for something
Hot
crazy.
damn.
I don't know. Like, I have crazy
Hot,
stuff.
bro. You could tell. I'm not trying to be rude. I promise. But there's two people with their hands up. Is it okay if we move around the room, please?
Oh, I'm Paul. I'm muted.
Oh, no worries. Okay, go ahead, Rand. You got your hand up. Go ahead, Rand.
Hey, thanks, Eric. Now back onto the phone number thing, man. Just personal experience. Getting a phone call coming in and the numbers coming in all zeros or all nines. In my experience, that's been from a satellite phone. So I was going to throw that out. And the other thing I was going to ask, I keep thinking, and I'm sorry, I'm not able to stay on here as much as a lot of you guys are. But everybody's talking about this has been such a kind of a weird week in UFO Twitter space. So, what the hell's weird about it, man? What happened this week, guys?
Yeah, about those numbers though. So you said they're from a satellite?
Yeah, if somebody's using a satellite phone, I've got calls before and they've come in as all nines or all zeros.
Was it like right after your experience, or just was it just what was it?
No, nothing like that, man. It was one time my son, he was deployed in Afghanistan, and he gave me a call here in the States, and I'm sitting there. I was up on the land, and I was like doing some work, and my phone goes off, and I pull it up, and I'm like all zeros on it, and the call coming in. I'm like, WTF, man? What's this? And I answered, it's him, and he's like, I'm like, what are you calling me from? He said, I'm calling you from a satellite phone. So that might be what some of this is people's running into. I don't know.
So
Hey, can
I
we?
popped on because I heard you guys talking about the phone thing, which I thought was like pretty interesting. So I was like looking through my call log for the zeros. I actually got one like a couple days ago, but they show up on my phone as scam likely. And like when I like Google it, it says like people can like block their numbers, and that's why it shows up as zeros. Yeah, I've been getting those calls since like March of 2021. That's what my phone says. I can't find any that are like around sighting dates though, so yeah, interesting.
Thanks, Nora. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to Major. I mean, the first thing I would say is I've been seeing the zeros for years and years, so I just ignore it. It's all crap. It's all, to me, it's all three letter and scammers and telemarketers. Um, And I will say this really quickly. That reminds me.
I don't care about the number. Like, I don't give a shit if it's a scammer. The part that like interests me is the part where it takes place immediately after an experience. That's the interesting part. I don't give a shit if it's whoever it is, right? I mean, the thing is, like,
My lab bubs.
then that's like possibly like super interesting, right? That's the part that like I'm interested in anyway.
I didn't mean to distract from that. I think y'all can talk about that, but I just wanted to respond really quickly because a while ago it was hot damn jumping in front of me, and that's to Major. I went through this years ago, and I would say I'm kind of going through it now, but that's my own fault. And I won't. I don't want to elaborate too much, but I'll just say this: if you have pharmaceuticals that you're supposed to take, yes, obviously we take those. So mine is my own damn fault. Like I cycled off of those tapered those drugs intentionally. I don't advise that. I don't advise it, but if you do that things may occur. And I was just concerned. In my situation, I began to pull in data, which I have really always known, but I found myself getting caught in between about 7 past lifetimes, and that's not something you want to do. I'll say that it's easier now, but it's not like I haven't grown up with that over 50 years and just managed it differently at different stages of my life. But Journeys Out of the Body, I was so into that book that when I was about 18, I read it to my parents. It's the only book, all those childhood stories, right? Well, I returned the favor, and my parents were just like, okay, whatever he wants to do, fine. But I was 18, 19 years old, home from college, and I was reading Journeys Out of the Body, a chapter a night, to my parents during some break. And I dare say that my father had an easier transition 2 years ago after dying from Parkinson's. He had that for many years. I guarantee you he did better in the next world. And I know that because I've been in touch and I grew up with a clairvoyant sister. She's been in touch. So we know about these things. And yes, I also like, I'm looking at Far Journeys right now on the bookshelf over there. And Ultimate Journey is an awesome book too. So, and I'm in North Carolina with Virginia right up above me. So, I mean, hey, I vouch for the Monroe Institute. I haven't been involved for a long time, but I ordered those HemiSync tapes and I'm totally into that. The way I described it, it's like when you go to sleep, you become a double agent or something. It kind of felt like you were living an alternate reality. And then you bring this back and you think, oh my God, you totally feel like, if not two different people, many different people. And all I can say is hang in there. It will sort itself out. It's taken me many years. And I went many years feeling like I was just, look, nothing exciting is going on. Maybe that's the end of it until about this time last year, somewhere in the beginning of last year. And now every day is a new adventure. That's all I'm going to say. But
Thank you,
thank
Andrew.
you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Kimball and then Ayland.
Just I'm not sure if Logan wants to hear about this because it wasn't surrounding an experience, but in 2017, I was talking to my girlfriend on the phone, and then the phone call disconnected, and then like immediately after, I got a call from my girlfriend. I pick it up, and it's like this automated voice, not like Stephen Hawking style, but just like the classic automated operator voice, say like G as in gate, B as in brain. And like it kept doing that for a few letters. Freaked me out. It was her number. I just hung up and then I Googled it, and I tried just Googling it just barely, but Google's changed since then. But apparently other people have gotten the same call. It has to do with like some test, some like university test from Harvard. I don't know if someone was listening in or what. Freaked me out. That's it.
Thanks, Kimball. Okay, Ayland, go for it, brother.
Hey everyone, love you guys. I get a really weird call about twice a month, and I usually don't answer, and it goes to my voicemail, and it's an Asian person speaking to me. It's a Chinese, and it almost sounds like it's a recording, but I'm not sure if it is or not. And it's really interesting, bizarre. I don't know. Could be completely mundane. Um, about oh damn, I lost my train of thought with the previous topic. Darn it.
Okay, real quick, I get a lot of calls too. I get calls from Spectrum and bill collectors. I'm not going to pay those fuckers, so I just don't answer the phone. Go ahead, Rand.
Yeah, it's just kind of something that's popped into my mind, and I always, when you guys get in here and start talking about stuff, it's always stimulates something that it's a personal experience sometimes. As far as these dreams things goes and past regressions and stuff, do you guys have any thoughts on the fact that sometimes, rather than past lives, that sometimes you dream, as weird as this sounds, of future lives? and that gets into the whole time thing. So kind of odd. So just throwing that out there if anybody else has experienced anything like that.
No,
Let's go
I
back to
actually really like this question because it kind of brings into the factor, like when you have a dream and it comes true, like what does that mean? Does that mean that everything is predetermined? Is there like just minute choices in between like our free will? Like are we just dominoes falling into place and you can switch out a domino here or there and it's still gonna fall in that direction? Like it always makes me like wonder about those things, and I question that often when I like have those experiences.
I'm a good person to share a little thought with. As a child, my mom always said that dreams could be precognisant. You could see the future, you could hear the future in dreams, and I found it to be true. And that was one of my first esoteric memories. And something I think that's important also to bring in all. And the reason why I think is because your subconscious mind can tap into that data field, and you can get information from the future, from the past, from anywhere. But the thing about the future uh, is I believe that it's more difficult because there's things that are fluctuating, and you have to, as the viewer, try and peg down what's the final ultimate thing that happens in this timeline with the matter that's here right now. And so I've done a
Yeah,
lot of
but
predictions.
do you think it's like something like, let's say you have a dream about a scene and then you're like watching a movie and then that scene plays out in real life in front of you. Like, do you think that those actions and choices are already like predetermined in the future, or are we kind of like doing something in our brain where it's like crunching the probability of like sequences, and then that's like the most likely one to occur, so that's what you're experiencing or seeing? Does that make sense?
For it totally makes sense. But from my experiences, it's um, that everything is kind of already exists as a shape in space time, and are given the um, perspective of each person that we are right now on the universe. And so, um, you, that's kind of how I look at it. I think there's one other important issue to throw in here too, and it's really important on a bunch of different levels, and it's the mental health issue. And this deals with all spectrums of this question. When you're investigating any aspect of phenomena, mental health is something very important to bring into consideration. And it's not just in terms of witnesses, and it's not to devalidate witnesses. Oftentimes, people with mental health issues are super intelligent and can hyper focus and give you details on things that someone who might not be in that position. So I don't like to call it mental illness. I think we all have different specializations, and I
Can
think
I
it's a big
respond to
topic.
Nora real quick?
yeah, and then
I
we're going to move around the room, but go ahead and respond.
yeah. I almost feel like I like what Alien Protocols just said. Sometimes it feels like we all exist outside of space time. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, first of all, I don't know, but I've gotten the feeling or the sense sometimes that like our spirits or our souls, whatever it is, exists on like a plane that is outside of time. And whether it's dreams, I've honestly had experiences where it's not precog, it's like postcog. It's almost as if like something inside of me is observing what is going on in the present in like a almost paternalistic lens.
Yes.
And it's kind of like, okay, you knew this was going to happen because you know what's going to happen. Like it's post-cognitive almost. Like what's happening in the present you already have observed and knew. It's so bizarre.
We're here to
Do you
experiment.
do you think that's because like, so like, you know how everyone's always saying like we are one, blah blah blah, like universal connectedness and all that stuff? Do you think that like as individuals we're all like constantly feeding in data to the ether, and that's like where we're all like driving or like picking up these like collective experiences? It's like, even though you're not somewhere in the earth where that person is, but like that data like still exists like out there, and that's like where you're drawing it from.
I mean, I don't know. The sense I've gotten, I mean, for sure, first thing is I don't know. But the sense I've gotten is it's less about like a collective database simulation thing, and more of like an intimate, like personal, like, yo, Kimball, you know yourself and you've seen this, like you've seen what you're going through now, and you know what's about to transpire because of who you are. It's more of like an intimate personal thing for me, just the sense I get.
Okay, just to be fair to the room, let's go to Major and then Official and back up to Alien.
I agree with the previous speaker that we create our own reality. Here's an example: a glass of water. I'm the color yellow, you're the color green. The more I imagine, the more I put my feelings into the color yellow, I'm going to pump it into that glass of water. And your color green, what do you think is going to come out of it? Because my reality is going to overcome your reality. And that's why psychological games are very important, and they're the number one powerful tool on this planet.
Official.
Thank you, Chairman. So, as far as like parent phenomena and stuff, man, shit, boy, I got stories for days, man. And me, having like my lineage and roots, in the islands, and like really like in detail, like know of my lineage and my family tree, and and I've kind of been guiding them, like since the first time that I astral traveled like successfully. My grandfather, who is my mom's father, but she never met him. She never knew anything about him. He was like just a forbidden mystery, like in her entire life, even up until my grandmother's deathbed. Like it remained a secret about who her father was. So after the first day, I astral traveled successfully in 2013. I had a dream or premonition or whatever that my grandfather, I knew it was him, in spirit. In astral realm, you kind of just know things. It's like just clairaudience everywhere. But he shook my hand and he said, "Good job, keep up the good work." And that was in 2013, and I was like 18 then, like really young, and I was class president, and like in high school, I had thought that I had reached my pinnacle, but it was merely just a stepping stone. And man, been down all types of different paths and journeys, and to end up saying like, "Yo, Yeshua Hamashiach, Emmanuel, Jesus, Krishna, Quetzalcoatl, whatever it is, gosh darn it, that messianic solar spirit, Christ consciousness, that light of the world, the Son of Man." It's no joke, man. I mean, the name Jesus itself holds so much power in like in the unseen realms. I don't know, it's because of all the people, whatever, what I mean, but it's just even dealing with dark magic, and dealing with like with entities that are like could devour you, like like the spirit, the Holy Spirit, or like the spirit of comfort and truth, they call it, or or even your own like spirit, your spirit guides, your higher self, like. But the deeper you go, and there's this ancient entities and primordial energy that's been on this planet for a long time, and it's usually only advanced practitioners that can have access to them, or have lineage and actual blood roots to them, to kind of to be called upon the path to carry on, the work, the craft. But it's not all that. It's not all that stuff, man. I stopped watching TV in 2012. Everything on the television, it's just devil's entertainment. It's a satanic black scrying mirror, a psychotronic electronic Ouija board. July 4th, I feel like we should have a party and throw all our TVs outside and set them on fire. Or, that's a little too extreme, just sever the cord, leave it in the living room, whatever the fuck, and watch some sports here and there. But we have to completely detach from their forms of hypnosis, and, it's just trauma based.
Oh,
Every shit.
hold up a second. I can't give up my 90-day fiance. I gotta have a little bit of drama in my life to spice it up.
Well, my 90-day fiance. Let me guess.
Exactly.
Hey,
You're
official,
missing out.
Reality TV show where you date somebody for $90 to see if you're gonna marry them. Is that it?
No,
Exactly.
it's even better. It's people bringing their spouses from overseas or like traveling to other countries, and like they usually haven't like met each other, and it's usually a huge dumpster fire, so
Oh,
it's
like
pretty
catfishing shit?
entertaining. Yeah, kind of.
All right.
It's scripted
Mhm.
reality. Hey,
L- l-
official, can we put you on pause for a
l-
minute because we got a lot of hands up, bro? We'll come back to it.
Absolutely.
Let's go, Rafty. If you could go quick, even though you're not in line really officially, but you haven't spoken yet, and then we'll go to Andrew and then Alien.
Um,
He hasn't spoken. Cool.
I'm not online. I'm not really online though. I don't want to cut anyone.
Hey,
No, please
can
go
I
ahead.
finish the point?
No, go ahead,
Can I finish
Rafty.
my point I was making though, real quick?
All right, go for it.
All
Go
right.
for it.
So, from what I've learned throughout all my years, all my 27 years being here, and all the past that I've been on, times I almost got consumed by otherworldly entities. Like January 21st, 2021. You know, I had to set something in stone, and I had to nip it in the butt. But I had like this awakening of, you know, of basically the name Jesus is what saved me. Like all those times, it's something that I always like. My spirit would just call on him, and I always be back in my body safe. And it's something, yeah,
Yeshua.
yeah, yeah. It's something that I didn't really acknowledge or give the proper recognition, and I just use it as a hidden card up my sleeve, or like the last, you know, last finishing move when all hope is lost. Like, nah, it should just be right, the main one right in front. And when after y'all go around, I'll come back and tell a little bit more about that, about how even as I got deeper into like voodoo ceremonial, like, you know, rituals and stuff, like Jesus is in the mix of it all. Like he has to be the first one, you know, like venerated before you can even have passage to do whatever it is you're trying to do. Like just there's certain angels that has to be like you have to call like them and ask them to give you passage, or to open, you know, the door to this place so I can, you know what I mean. But like I said, it's not just uh this Jesus thing is
It's all good, bro. We hear you. We're feeling
this
you.
Jesus thing is very, very complicated. And there was a guy in a space, I think he might have been in this one. I was telling him a similar story, bro. He said his friend was in the woods with this masonry or some type of occult group, or they was trying to do a ritual and summon some spirit. And then they said Jesus showed up. And he said, yo, Jesus wasn't supposed to be there, but he showed up. And it was kind of something funny that he said. And I was like, something that kind of confirmed, you know, the shit that I've seen in my life.
Okay, real quick before anybody, just so you guys know, I'm trying to recycle the room. If you got put down a listener, don't be offended. You can come back up. It's just that a lot of people want to talk and a lot of requests. I'm just trying to be nice and let everybody talk. Go ahead, Andrew.
I think Alien actually originally was ahead of me there, weren't you, Alien? I mean, buddy.
I don't think so, actually. But I'd rather bow to your presence, my friend.
No problem. I'll speak to the mental health issue because you brought it up. And if you don't mind, if you had anything to tag on or anybody else wants to jump in, I'd kind of like to hear. I think it sounds like a lot of us go through some either destabilizing or personal world shaking types of experiences. And I would say that mine began at about age 2 or 3. And I knew traveling out of body, that was real. I stood next to my mother here in my hometown, and over a very short period of time, I was shown basically the ashram of one of the Eastern masters, and I was aware of this tremendous love, which I knew. I mean, 3-year-olds don't make this kind of stuff up, so I knew that this stuff was real. But then you kind of go on, and you could call it programming, but this was the year 1975. That was a big year for what many people call the Shambhala force that comes into the planet every 25 years.
Wow.
2000 was a big year. And in the year 2025, we will have another direct impact of Shambhala force that has never happened in 21 million years of human history, or 200,000, whatever you believe. You can believe as you like. But my point would be that is affecting the entire planet. It's a new thing that would have always come through kind of a mediator. So I'm going to suggest that there are events now taking place on the planet every 25 years, like literally it's clockwork. And I didn't think I was going to say that, but the reason I mention that is because everybody is being shaken up. And it takes about that long, 25 years, for that impulse to kind of shake on out. The spiritual new year, many people understand astrologically, starts in about March with the equinox, and that's the cycle that brings us through the dead of winter, which we're passing through, and this sign of Capricorn. This is the full moon. The energies are at their greatest. I didn't know I was going to say this, but I'm going to say it. Ask any municipal worker, ask the police, ask the fireman, ask my sister who's a nurse, and she can tell you the patients in any just even her older patients go crazy. The police know that there's more incidences of violence and craziness. People are overstimulated. Why? It's because the moon, every full moon, is on the other side of the planet. It gets as far away from us as it ever gets during the month, and the solar energies reach our astral energy, our astral body, our astral nature, and they stimulate the most active principle in most people is our emotions, even though we are intellectual creatures. So I kind of winded up there by saying that we are being strongly affected every single month, and that's just the way we're designed. Tie that in with being on the cusp of we're really well into Aquarius. I would argue that as of 1945, we began to enter the Aquarian age officially, and I think that's where we are. So I think that there are many cusps, many changes. The world is going through first contact. To me, first contact is what this is. We keep talking about disclosure. That's just the side effect. Well, of course, we're going to have to disclose that this is the reappearance of the world teacher. This is absolutely first contact in modern times. I suspect the Egyptians and the Atlanteans and all these other cultures knew good and well that we're not alone. And to me, the cult of darkness on the planet, the veil is being lifted, and the reign of that cult of darkness, the dark energy of the planet, has been this illusion that we are alone, we are strictly material. Thank you much. We're strictly material creatures. I'm trying to get a lot in a little. Give me a break.
Thanks,
And I'm
you,
just
Andrew. Hey, real quick, wrap it up, bro. I love you though, but wrap it up if you can. We got a lot of hands.
I will. But let me plug in this mental health equation. I saw my first therapist when I was about 4, 5, 6 years old, whatever, because I came right back into incarnation after getting my ass shot out from under me in Vietnam. And I know where I was before that as a Knight Templar. But my point is that you have people who come back into incarnation, sometimes soldiers, other people who've been through a violent accident, that kind of thing, others who just make the sacrifice and they come back because we need to work together to change the world and lift this vibration. If you listen to what Tamara says, Tamara Sweeney, she'll talk to you about this and make it make sense because she talks about frequency and vibration. And I consider that to be a very scientific approach to what many call woo. And so I'm going to say that, yeah, there's a way that this can all be tied together. I may not be the guy to do it in this very moment, but that's what we're trying to do here. We're trying to come up with some answers. And I think sometimes you have to be willing to ask the difficult questions, which is what lies behind what's on the other side of all the stuff we talk about, the astral plane, higher consciousness, the rainbow light body, and God. You just have to be willing.
I'm sorry, Andrew. And I don't mean to be rude, but we got like 5 hands up, bro. We got to be. Everybody's got to get a chance here. Alien, and then Joel, who's had his hand up forever, and then Major, and then Nora.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, guys. Love you guys. I wanted to address something really quickly. There was some talk earlier about some like negative entities and negative stuff, and I just don't let negativity into my realm. And in fact, I think recently I saw 2 different documentaries about young kids who were turning to Satan. They did murders and were turning to Satanism to try to get more power and strength. And I can tell you from my experiences, half a century long, that when someone does something evil or even immoral, the universe gives you this wind at your back. It can be the biggest, most powerful person doing something wrong, but justice will fill the sails of righteousness and give the meek the power to destroy the largest, mountain or greatest kingdom. And I've felt that with incidents and people, and you can feel it too when there's an injustice, a real injustice around you. The weight of righteousness will fill your sails and give you a strength. Really quickly, I think earlier too, they were talking about the data field and what information can you get from it. I think it's all really a physical object, and whatever has had any interaction with the location that you are scrying or you're looking at, anything that has ever had any interaction with that location, you can get data on. And that's really dynamic, wide range of stuff. And it's really surprising stuff you might not realize you can get. I've experienced some things that have just been phenomenal. So you wonder, do I have free will? But I think this thing about this life is it's about experience. We're a human being. It's about being, experiencing. Free will is all good, but experiencing is what this universe is about. If it's not experienced, it doesn't exist, and we're part of that.
Thank you. Oh, let's go to Joel. He's got his hand up forever, and he hasn't spoken yet, and then we'll go up again.
Hi. Hope everybody's doing good.
Hello.
Hey. I just want to say, I'm gonna be blunt. Jesus has nothing to do with any of that voodoo, any of that, extra spirituality, chakra. I find it funny when people like to speak about Jesus when they studied very little about it. When you only read a few verses from the Bible, you didn't dive deep into it, but you're getting all this spirituality from elsewhere. And, some people tell me that maybe what I believe isn't true, right? Because I believe in the Bible. They'll tell me, and I tell them the same thing. Your beliefs can't be proven. Your belief is a religion. You believe the moon has this magical effect on you. You believe that all these chakras, I mean, we know about the Zohar. We can trace it to when it's been written, where the chakras come from. Your belief is a religion too. But just don't mix up Jesus with all that negative juju, that
Hey
voodoo.
man, hey,
And there's
it
black
wasn't my
magic
intent.
and
It
white
was
magic.
fuck that. It wasn't mine. It was
It's
Yeah, these are all
it wasn't
opinions, though,
mine.
right?
Bro. Like you can't even. Me and Joel, we know each other. Don't worry, bro. Like this, like I ain't got no reason to motherfucking talk any fallacies or any or pedo fiction or anything that's not even worth of y'all hearing. But when I tell you that after I gave my life over to Jesus and I put Jesus in command of all the spirits and on all the deities that I have within my family habitation, you know what I mean, all the altars, whatever. The next day, look, man, would that be? I could wait another time, you know what I mean, but I ain't like it's not. This is what I'm saying, bro.
No, I
Jesus
feel you,
is the
bro.
king. He's
I
the
feel
chief
you.
of all spirits. He rules like he's king of this shit. Even the spirits, all the spirits and demons and legions of hell, they're scared. They're like they'll answer to him if he wanted them to. Gosh darn it. Like, but he's sending them all to the lake of fire and wants to continue to do the work of the adversary of man and the wicked one. You know what I'm saying? But this is what I'm saying, bro. Yeshua, you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying, is the
My
chief
bad. Yeah,
spirit.
can I finish?
He's the
we
Can
chief.
you
got
let
you.
me
When they
know
say
before
king
you
of
mute
kings,
me?
bro,
And
it's a deeper
next time
meaning
I'll
than that.
shut up.
So it's not about mixing nothing with juju. I'm just saying, but like you have to ask, you have to get passage by this divine, character, right? Wait, what
And
y'all call it,
I
right?
agree
You
with
have to
you
get
on that,
passage for
because
you have
Jesus
to,
rules over them.
bro. Bro, I can't even say that.
Jesus rules over Satan.
Okay, time out, guys. I love your passion, and you're all right. I would actually. There's a lot of hands up. If you don't mind, Major, before we go to Perceiver, I want to hear what Taylor has to say. Because would you be willing to share, Taylor?
Yeah, I mean, I obviously do not think that the New Testament has anything to do with witchcraft or Jesus, but Jesus does reign over all, and that's why we see, whenever people call on his name, the abduction experience completely ends. So yeah, I agree
Amen.
with Official, and I definitely agree with Joel in terms of the character of Christ.
Perfect. We got common ground. Let's go to Perceiver and then Major, because Perceiver's never spoke before, and I'd like to hear what he has to say.
Just a second. Receiver hasn't. I know. But I still haven't heard Liam talk.
Yeah, I was just gonna offer the concept that we have no idea, that we're just novices and observing, and hopefully getting to a place where we can realize how limited and limitless everything is. Um, Disregarding all text, all books, all concepts, all fears, all projections, curses, just freeing ourselves from all ideas so that we become children. We go back to the pure feelings and move from a place of intensity, like fever dreams. There's knowledge that's available in the shamanic and the deeper levels that are outside of vocabulary. Like it isn't, you're not capable of keeping up with the shamans when they're moving with their perception. They're traveling, they're traversing dreamscapes, and becomes very lucid, and your imagination is what determines whether you can keep up. And all of these projections, these ideas, are just comparisons and battles and ego projections based on trying to be right. And there's no right, there's just alignment. And when you are fully aligned with the desire to know, then you become open, you become expansive, willing to unlearn, right? So there's the potential of aligning with the absolute, but unless you're willing to adjust and change course, then you'll become fixated, and the ego will hijack that trajectory. It, it's just constantly moving. We're being given the opportunity to become that dynamic, that we don't get caught. And watching this simulation concepts and realizing the future reverse engineered the past in order to accommodate what exists, and then vice versa, it had to do the opposite in order to balance itself. So we're inside of a system that's so incredible that we can't even comprehend it. But it's incredible to be in spaces where people are attempting to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Major. Thank you very much for waiting. Major, go ahead.
I wanted to empower all of you guys. My mission is to empower all of you, inside your body, outside of your body. If you encounter anything you feel uncomfortable with, you have the right and the power to say, hey, fuck off, dude. I don't know you. Get away from me. I believe in Jesus, Buddha, Allah, whoever you believe to. Please keep in mind, you are the technology. You are the superpower that they're trying to hijack. I don't know who they are. I don't know, aliens, reptilians, I don't know who they are, but I want you guys to know that you have the technology inside of your body and in your soul. Please don't forget that. Please don't let anyone else hijack your reality, your mind. Whatever you want to believe in, believe it. I hope
Thank you.
that's
Let's
Hey,
go
hold
to
on.
Nora,
Hold on.
and then we'll go up to. Go ahead.
Hold on. Eric, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, no worries. I was just making sure my mic was working because I don't think it was working earlier, apparently. But I was going to say that a few people I think would agree with this. I heard Tom DeLonge say, I mean, I shouldn't have said that first, but I once listened to a scientist who did a laboratory experiment with nothing but energy healing and cured an entire population of mice that were given cancer. And they even took the blood out of those same cured mice and put it into other infected mice, and it cured those of the same disease as well. All of it was from concentrating, shutting the mind down, and envisioning healing and light. Somebody in any particular religion may consider this praying. Maybe a yogi would call it meditation, but physics doesn't care what you call it. It's physics either way. It's all the exact same thing. If you shut your mind down and concentrate, you can heal anything in your body. There are many books written about this from PhD level scientists and medical doctors. It's time we all start looking into this more deeply. Not only cure ourselves, but cure the planet. And that's one living organism as well. So yeah, that's what he had to say about it anyway. I think that's true.
That's
probably.
good stuff, Logan. Thanks for seriously. That was some good shit right there. Let's go to Nora and then LLAM because they haven't spoken yet.
Yeah, I'll just go off of what Logan just said. There are other studies that I've read too where they've done it with plants and with water, like playing like different musical tones. Like one of them, they played like Gregorian chants and like prayer chants, like monistic like type of music, like versus like heavy metal, like grunge type music. And then the ones that they played like the prayer music or like lighter music too, the plants were are able to absorb more light quickly, and then the other ones were like dying more quickly. So it was really interesting to see how like our like words and actions like affect our surroundings through that kind of study. But what I put my hand up for was something that Perceiver had said. He said the words desire to know. And I thought that was really interesting because it kind of made me think of, like, what is the reason that keeps all of us, like, coming back into these spaces and going over the UFO topic? And for me, it's like the desire to know. Like, everybody here, I feel like, is kind of pursuing that, like, desire, like, within themselves to know more about the world around them and, like, within them. I can't, like, speak for everybody, but, like, what keeps you guys, like, coming back into, like, the UFO topic?
This is always the title of Logan Space. We talk about everything in there. I mean, it's not always a title, but it's usually something along the lines of UFOs and aliens. It could be a shit show, or it could be a great congregation of knowledge and wisdom, like it is right now. Gosh darn it!
Yeah, like UFOs is a topic that's never been fully explained, and we're dependent on the government for that. And they've been slowly leaking out information throughout the years, but at the same time, like we understand that there's more to it. So the topic of UFOs is always going to be like on the forefront of our minds. When we think about things that are kind of radical to our normal understanding. So
Right on. Let's go to a little with the hand up for a long time. LLAM.
Oh, you mean Liam? Okay.
Yeah, it shows up LLAM on my screen.
So we also have to remember one other thing about the mental health topic of trying to have visions and going through different things. And if you're trying to astral project out of your body and you're trying so hard to do it, that means you are not in the realm of the reality in order to do that. But you also have to realize your endorphins in the brain can actually project different images depending on what you were going through and how you were also feeling of that day as well. Because the mind is a very powerful computer, and we could be looking at one thing, and then we could look at that same picture and we could see something completely 110% different than what we were looking at, because there's many different topics that are out there, many different photos and photo studies that are out there. I actually have a associate's degree working on my bachelor's of this area for this. So when you're looking at that picture and you're staring at it, you could see a tiny little bunny in there that you don't even know is there until you're fully looking at it, because your mind can play a trick on you as well. So I believe in different astral projections. I do believe in different visions that people do also have. And the neural network is a main network. Even my family history, going back to the Incans where I came from, we do believe in different worlds and different areas and different visions, and there are different people that have come here and have implanted different things as well. So I just thought I'd say hi and explain that part to you guys too as well.
Hi, Liam. Good to see you. I'm glad you finally
Hi,
talked.
Logan.
I'm glad you did. Thank you for coming. And also, official. I didn't want to disagree with you about UFOs usually being in the title, but they definitely usually. I don't know if they are. Well, check out the past few titles we've had. Okay, so
I know.
my last one was called Mr.
Like
Rogers.
a gray alien head
Does
emoji.
Yeah, that's what everybody else
Oh,
is saying. But I live out here in Roswell, New Mexico. I actually live at Ruidoso. I am 3 miles from White Sands, New
nice.
Mexico. So I do have many videos. I do have very much documentation. I do know the gentleman that actually started the USFAO, also the UFO History Center that is here
You
in
hold on. You said
Roswell,
the
New Mexico.
USFAO.
Yes.
The you talking about the French CIA?
No, here in the U.S., Roswell, New Mexico, brother. This
Oh,
is
okay,
all the
okay.
study of UFOs.
You're an actor?
Yes, I am, and producer. So
Cool.
I'm working with Paramount right now. So I've worked with the History Channel, I've worked with FX, I've worked with HBO, Cinemax, Showtime, and NBC.
So are you
That
a
is
flat
proven.
earther, a globe earther, a dome earther?
Nobody actually really knows until you actually project out of the planet here. Nobody can actually prove to anybody in all reality, because even if the horizon is different too as well, so even if there's a flat earth, you still have the horizon, you also still have the dome. No matter what, there's always going to be what looks like a dome, because it is centrifugal and symmetrical. So even if we're not completely 100% round, does not actually matter, because until we go
I
out to
think
space,
everybody can agree on an oblique ellipsoid.
right? Because until we go into space, though, nobody really fully knows the full entire realm, 110%. Now, you can tell me all day long that it's round. You can tell me all day long that it's square. You can tell me all day long that it's a triangle or whatever. And you can tell me that the planets and the atmosphere is really blue, but in all reality, it is not actually blue.
I know.
I actually do have my doctor's degree in meteorology, so I know what I'm talking about when it comes to that science.
What would you class? Where would you rank, like, amongst the people in society, optometrists and people who work in the field of optometry, how they kind of are separate from everyone else, and
I mean, you've got to look at an optometrist of many different ways. I mean,
elite
because they can be
optometry.
they can be taken
What?
100 different ways too as well. Because an
No, yeah.
optometrist can say you're seeing things, or they can tell you you're not seeing anything. Even if you have little specks in your eyes, what I call an eye bubble. At the same time, if you are seeing the squints in your eyes, this could also be your blood pressure, could be your blood sugar level, could be a cardiac problem, something else, and they may not see that at that time and problem. So you never know where they are coming from. We do not really know what the optometry area really is until we are focused on going into neural networks and neuroscience and knowing how the brain sends a signal into the eye, into the optics, in order for you to see. That's a proven fact.
Hey, Logan, you want to just kind of run the show for a little while? I'm going to go down to the liquor store and get a beer.
Okay, cool, man. Get me one, one too. Cool. Yeah, no worries. Hey, Screen, are you working right now?
I keep coming in these spaces because in these UFO talks, because I'm completely addicted to the seduction.
Okay,
Can
that's
we
Ooh,
funny.
can we go
that's
to Perceiver
understandable.
again? I was kind of liking Perceiver's vibe a little bit ago. If we can go back to him, and then we'll go down to Little Fee.
Okay, hopefully I can just get this out real quick before someone interrupts me again. So, the last couple spaces were called Hell in a Cell, Bring Your Own Popcorn. Stevie Wonder built the pyramids with his great eyesight. Alcohol Hour. No Sleep Till UAP Report. And one was called Is. So, I mean, that's what I got to disagree with you about the whole like UFOs in the
Yeah,
title
we
thing.
had Mr.
Uh,
Rogers in here earlier. I mean, the fuck?
yeah, so I mean, but sometimes it's a UFO room for sure. Oh yeah, Perceiver.
Hey, how did we get the name that's there now?
I was gonna ask you that. How did that get there? Did you put that there?
That's what. No, I was wondering though because earlier I had named the space KC Protocols Edition because KC and Buddy were hosting.
That is what it's called. What do you mean? Do you see a different title
Yeah.
on the room?
No, I was wondering if you actually like knew where that came from, or if you just put
Oh
it up
yeah.
there.
Well, I didn't put it up there. Casey was like, "You should call it Kayce's UFO Protocols," and so whoever did it, I guess, decided to do it. I think it was Red Panda because he's the only one left. So yeah, I guess it must have been him. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, was Perceiver next? I have no idea.
I'll jump in. Yeah, I mean,
Thank you.
the shamanic side of it is what I'm most interested in. I'm open to being wrong, or I'm fully interested in all topics. But shamans reach alien worlds through dreaming portals. They learn how to master their focus so that they can use the slip into deep dreaming states while staying awake and conscious. And they do very strange techniques in order to master that state of attention. They call it intent. When you become one with intent, then you will be guided. You'll be able to navigate different layers of the onion, which reveal the multiplicity, the multidimensionality, the many layers of our potential. And all these miracles are revealed, and life itself is a miracle. The fact we exist is a miracle. Our existence is more than we could ever ask for, but we complain and concern ourselves with all these things that are really meaningless until we reach that deathbed moment. Our childhood is flooded, our memories return to us, and everything is excitable. And so the shaman seeks to face their past and undo their blueprint, erase their personal history, and liberate themselves so they can see energy. Shamans say there's no such thing as a hallucination. We're just witnessing energy. We're witnessing our imagination, which is connected to source. It's not separate. It's not schizophrenia. It's not bipolar. It's just these people that have become schizophrenic have lost their filter and not have been taught by a shaman how to navigate the realm of energy. They're seeing energy, they're seeing UFOs, they're seeing direct communication, they're seeing interpretation, they're being taught directly through their multiple senses beyond the five senses. There are more than five senses, and we've been taught by scientists all this microscopic details that are easily to disprove if you tap into the energetic side. But we've been limited by intellectuals, and so we're caught in a world in which we would seem to be insane in order to step outside of, and it takes great
Brother,
amount of courage.
Can I jump in for just a second? I'm like to think of myself as someone walking the shamanic path as a student, and every single word you have just said rings 100% true to me in my heart. And I've never heard someone encompass it in the way that you in a real Eastern ancient tradition of its pure, you know, indisputable intent. And shamanism is that place in between. And I think you've explained many of these things very well. And this stuff is far more surprising than anyone realizes.
Yeah, awesome. Totally. It's very simple. We become complex. That's the indoctrination, the inversion. The Rockefeller programming was based on complexity, but we are very simple and powerful, and everything is available, and energy is perceivable, right? And so when you return to that child, to that wonder, to that intensity, then you interact with all these what we call inorganic energies, beings that are not physical, that are still perceivable. These ghosts, these apparitions, these multi-dimensions, they're just different forms of interaction, communication, direct. So shamans learn the multiple gates of dreaming in which they learn to cross, eventually meeting their parallel being, transcending the limitations of the linear, and then boom, the doors open, and then It's just a matter of having saved your energy, because we were easily distracted, so we either take care of ourselves energetically, or we don't, and it's okay either way. Like, it's all tragic and beautiful at the same time, like this whole situation. So there's no judgment, but the reality is that we can forgive ourselves for the trauma that we experienced that made us get reach levels of confusion that keep us from our power. But we're all returning to our power through just becoming aware. And so these are great situations, opportunities for us to become re-engaged with our inner standing, so that we're not handing our power over to systems or religions or projections or concepts or philosophers or scientists. We become individual enough to be able to see these things and validate these things for ourselves. Thank you.
Wow, before I go, you were right on target, 110%, brother. 110%. I agree with you all the way there, because I also believe that we have let distractions in our life and inside of our brain take over the neural network and not see what we actually truly have inside of us. Because for one reason on that topic, I believe, Logan, was you.
I think Joel, or was it Lowell?
Okay.
I think it was Life.
Okay, well, I'm fixing to take off and hit the airport, head on out, just to let you guys know. But I was just going to say one last thing on it. The reason why I think that is because, has anybody ever studied Michelangelo da Vinci's airplane? Yes, no, maybe so?
Yes, but what were you saying a second ago? You said my name?
Yeah, I was saying, Logan, I'm fixing to take off. So the reason why I think that we've got distracted in life and then through our neural network is because Michelangelo da Vinci's airplane is run by a pulley system. And nobody on Earth has been able to figure out this, something so simple, that we can have stealth fighters, we can have this technology we have here, but nobody has ever been able to figure out something that is so simple to do in order for the airplane to fly. It's been nice, you guys. I'll still be listening, but my driver is here, so I'm headed to the airport.
Hey, thanks for coming, brother. I appreciate you commenting and whatnot.
Bon voyage.
Oh, definitely.
Hey, was Life next? I think Life was next. I have not heard from Life yet.
Did Nora say anything yet?
All right, so every time I join a room that's like heavy in conversation, I'm always caught in a conundrum, like between listening to the speaker that's speaking and then actually like formulating an idea that I want to give to the room for y'all to understand. And Perceiver just said a lot of things just now, and it just really kind of halted my thought process, because explaining like a common idea to people is, how can I say this? It's easy to do that. At the same time, it sounds so far-fetched, because
like, people are gonna think you're crazy because of how simple it sounds.
Yeah, like how people say, like, you have common sense is not common. You feel me? So like it's hard to really follow that up. It's hard to follow up something where somebody says something like that, because now the ideas that I want to portray to the room is going to sound a lot more far-fetched. And there's nothing against you, Perceiver, like, at all. I promise you. At the same time, that's just how I feel like the human mind works. And I appreciate the time and the space to speak, but I don't even think I could really say what I really want to say right now.
Why don't you, maybe you could, if you feel better, waiting a person or two, because your voice perspective is important, I think.
Yeah, I think that will work out better. I'll wait a couple of people first.
Sorry for jumping in, but like that's like kind of the thing about like spaces, is like the flow of conversation with the hands up. It like kind of takes you back to like where you It's not like a natural conversation that you would have in person because you're just like bouncing off each other. And when you have the hands up, then you kind of like lose your train of thought of like what you wanted to respond to. So like sometimes when you hear like somebody say something, like sometimes I'll write down like notes and stuff so I remember. But like, yeah, I get what you mean. I like totally forget what I was like putting my hand up for. Sorry for interrupting.
No, I
But
was just
that's
gonna say
okay.
that yeah, so if you like never been here before, like I don't know, I don't think I'm like a typical host. I just pretty much like think of myself as like I guess like a mediator, like just if shit goes out of control, like I'll try to like, stop it, but everyone can just do whatever they want to do, just like you don't have to put hands up. I think you want to try like going without hands. I just feel like when we do that, it can get kind of out of control and then no one can hear each other, but then I don't know, we can give it a shot
Like
until it gets out of control.
in martial arts, when when you learn this art of who actually enters the circle first, and so it's the same thing. It's energy, and there can be rooms that don't need hands when everybody's respects that energetic sort of principle. It's just a matter of becoming sensitive enough to it. And
Sure.
if you're not at odds with, but I agree with life. Like it it totally shifts when a person takes the perception into a totally different category in a totally different arena. But that's the test of the warrior, is to be able to be fluid and adjust and then have something to say about this brand new topic that just surfaced, like on the dime. Like that's the psychedelic warrior. That like me and my friends, we never finish a conversation because it all creates so much laughter. It just keeps opening doors. It just keeps shifting, and there's never a need to ever resolve anything because what's the point of being attached to any of it? Like that's the magic. That's where the freedom lies, is that you're so fluid that you're just constantly evolving from each opportunity that is presented. And I'm not saying we can't get shit resolved or like write things down, but at the same point, like this is it. Like why would we get caught in trying to accomplish linear achievements when we can break free of the linear and become non-linear?
Well, that rings very deeply with me because I really appreciate the nature of nonlinear problem solving and the nonlinear nature of surprise and chance. What really doesn't exist, but there's an illusion of. Um, I want to share something that's personal, but I'm sure some of you have experienced. When you're dealing with psi and esoteric stuff from non local data gathering through whatever modality, whether it be astral travel, like I feel like I do naturally, to controlled remote viewing, which I've learned and studied and taken classes again and again at, and all the other different types of modalities, there is a real structure that you're tapping into. And I've gone that little extra mile and done a lot of the PK stuff and worked with, all sorts of different sciences. I'm not going to name drop. You guys have heard me drop the names before. But when you work with these different people and you see the research, from Dean Radin, from Pear Institute, from Stanford, on and on and on, that physical reality can be affected by your mind. This is just such a mind. It's always so incredibly invigorating and exciting. And those who haven't experienced it don't realize that not only do you have a connection to non-local data to get that data and transfer data, I guess, but you can also physically affect things. And that means a bit of you is everywhere and can be everywhere. And you have power even though you may think you're powerless, but it's very real. That's all I wanted to share.
Yeah, we're
Yo,
giving a natural conversation a chance. So, yeah, although let's get to major cognitive dissonance or whatever, because we did have hands up originally. So,
Hey, just wanted to jump on. Yes, it's real. You guys want to win a lottery? $500. You guys want to win a lottery. It's easy. $500, $700. It's
I want
easy.
1,000.
Fine. It's easy. It's doable.
I want
Just do.
50,000.
Okay, fine. That's possible because, like I pay into the lottery quite a bit. not because I'm a lottery fan. I just love odds. Based on what the earlier guy said, you guys can do it. I'm telling you guys, you have the superpowers to do it. When you win that lottery and you don't invite me for a nice champagne dinner, I'm not going to be offended because the reality exists of multiple winners. The reality exists of a lot of winners. I'm not going to suffer because you won $1 billion
There's
because
that
of
one.
quantum physics, the superposition of an atom. You just look that up. Just Google it. Quantum position of a superposition of an atom. Google that. And
What does that have to do with the lottery, though?
because a lot of people think that if they win a lottery, they're gonna rob someone else, like me, a millionaire, or like a lot of millionaires, or poor people. And that's not the point. The point is there's
It's a
enough
cubics.
money.
It's a cubics, not an atom. I just say that. Sorry, I'm
So
sorry.
hold on. You said the superposition of an atom?
Yeah, there's a woman who won the lot. She was a contest queen. You can read about her, and she used the method.
It's 222 where I'm at, and yeah,
Yes, sir.
yeah. So whatever she was speaking about, it was definitely right in the realm of the time that it is on my screen.
Okay, so which lottery do I need to play? Cause I'm in. Somebody
The
DM me
education
what
lottery.
numbers to play. Thank you.
You guys, it doesn't matter. The whole point is that there's multiple realities in our reality, that we, with our thoughts, have an access to a
Correct.
reality where you're a millionaire, correct?
100%.
And why should I be? Yes, okay. So why should be a jealous bitch because you tapped into your quantum reality of being a billionaire. And I'm here being a super bitch saying, oh, that's not fair. No, that is fair because quantum positions, superpositions of an atom, reality gives you that power over me.
Hey, buddy, do you remember when we did that space experiment where we tried to manifest everybody finding $1?
Yes, and a bunch of people did. It was really weird.
You guys are awesome. I love you. And I want all of you to be millionaires. But tomorrow, how about $10? Can we find $10 on a sidewalk?
Yeah, it's the reason I brought that up is because it's like kind of like what we were talking about in that previous space where he's like, oh, if let's say like everybody wanted to win $1 million, but like some people wouldn't like be okay with that. He's like, so let's like pick something that everybody would be okay with. Like you'd be okay with like me finding $1, and I'd be okay with you finding $1. So like we kind of all agreed, okay, let's all find $1 within the next like 24 hours, and then like the like pretty
It
much like
had
the
to be.
last few minutes, like I think it was like what, like 12 or 13 people found $1 within 24 hours from that
Yep, and
space.
it had to be alone, just $1. Yeah.
You know how much weed I found on the ground hoping I would find weed? I
Really
mean, it's
quickly,
magic that happens.
it is magic when that happens. It's a great thing. Really quickly, there was a woman named Helen Hadsel. She used the Silva method. It's another esoteric method of belief, kind of like The Secret, but there's all sorts of techniques that are involved in it. And she won contest after contest, like 5 trips to Paris. Helen Hadsel was her name. She was called the
Correct.
contest queen. You can look her up. There's a
Yes,
bunch of stuff.
that's the way I became a millionaire. I'm sorry, you guys. I don't mean to show off and be a bitch over here. I'm telling you guys, you have the power. I want you to be millionaires so we can
No
all
one's calling you that. You don't need to say that
okay.
That's
about
why the
yourself.
quantum computer
Sorry.
inside of your brain can actually pull a different reality out, just like if you were at a casino and you were watching the cards, or you're watching the bingo card on the casino machine. Your brain can actually tap into that area and keep calculating every time that a different card pulls up. And then you'll know the aspects of which card is going to come up next and what to bet or what to not bet.
So that's actually really interesting. So you know how they say like people have beginner's luck?
Yes.
There's a bunch of like not a bunch, but there's one particular PSI research study that I was reading about that said like the interest of the person being studied had like an effect on their results. So like when they were first doing it and like continued to like show interest in it, or like people that were enthusiastic about it, they were getting positive results. But then like people
Yeah,
who were so like
sheep and
people who
goat.
called themselves like psychics, who are already like kind of in tune with it, didn't really have any interest in like what they would call like the
Correct.
soulless like test cards, so they got like kind of negative results because of their like lack of like interest. So I thought that was really interesting that like your enthusiasm and your interest has like an effect on the result that you get like from that.
It does, because positive plus negative does not equal positive.
It's called the
Yeah.
sheep and goat theory. There's a bunch
I
of
don't.
other stuff about it. The hands have been
I
down
don't
there
know.
for a while.
I don't agree with that concept because when you're studying somebody, like that's a different reality for that person and for the entire experiment at the same time. Like you just being watched, like taking a shower, like you taking a shower and then you taking a shower being watched. Like you're taking those showers in a different way. Like you're not really taking that shower the way that you would if you're not being watched. You know what I'm saying?
That
So
was
like,
that was
Yeah.
mindful.
so every time somebody's being studied and stuff like that, that's a different level of understanding, and
Good
that's a
analogy,
different
by the way.
scenario. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's
Somebody
just
who's
different.
hunting down.
But it makes sense though, because it's like, you know, especially with the whole like beginner's luck thing, it's like you're teaching somebody a new game, so they're kind of like, okay, I'm interested in like learning this, and then they like get a positive result of winning, and then they're like, oh, okay, cool, like this is fun. Like it's just like such a weird subconscious like
If you,
psychological effect.
the first
We,
time
we,
you teach
we, we
someone
literally have the
remote
willpower,
viewing happens.
and like I know they have the saying mind over matter, but we literally have the power to affect uh, reality unseen and seen with our thoughts, our words, our actions, essentially. And I think more people are starting to become aware of that. People just think it's just coincidences. You know what I mean? It's just being tapped into the ether. Yeah, I mean, it's all around. It's clarity,
So, so
intuition, clairvoyance, clairaudience. Is people all have different, different capacity to harness it.
So what do you think will be like the result as more people are like connected to that? Because like we kind of see it happening now. Like, do you think that's going to be like a positive like thing for our like evolution? And also, Michael's had his hand up down there for a while.
Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to jump back to what Perceiver was saying. I guess we seem to have similar experiences. I really resonate with what he says, and I just wanted to share my own kind of dream world when I access different dimensions, etc. Usually, it's very symbolic. It's kind of like you go into a stairwell, or you go into a lift, and then you can get into a higher vibrational level. I've just woken up from a dream now where I went into a little small tram thing and went down into underground caverns and met a new type of entity I hadn't met before. But it's I think there's a really, so if you see it as a symbolic thing, I think that's the important thing to understand. But the other thing too is that I remember trying to keep a lift door open to let other people come in, and I got screamed at because they weren't energetically ready to go where that lift could go. So I think those doorways kind of open up when you start doing your own energy work and learning to build up your energy too. So I think it's you got to, if you can start thinking about the world you live in terms of its energetic relationship with you. I I believe one of the big lessons or goals that we should be achieving is seeing the love in the moment, and by that I mean, and I'll define love as the phenomenon of radiating light unconditionally. So it's that kind of light connection, and to grow to our next sort of positive level is to be sort of, I guess,
To be of service.
yeah, absolutely. So the Buddhists would say, the key foundations for the perfection of wisdom. Oh, sorry, no, they have a text called The Ornament of Clear Realization, and the two pillars for that are emptiness and selflessness. So it's a kind of, and I've heard Perceiver talk about this too, it's about dismantling your ego. And when you get to be able to do that, you can then start from a blank canvas, and then you tap into, wherever you want to go from there. So anyway, I just wanted to share those thoughts.
Well said, brother Vince. It's a lighthouse, right? To open your system and be alone and be out there just shining regardless, like just for the pure sake of your existence. You're just in total appreciation, becoming lucid, becoming aware. This gives permission to the rest of all creatures to do the same. We're not holding each other back when we, this idea that it's selfish to take care of yourself is just a projection of fear. But when you really go inward and you clean the aspects that needs to be purified, then then there's a possibility for so much energy to move through you, and that's the intensity of timelessness, because time is measured by intensity. And so then the lucid dreaming, the clarity, the engagement with this realm of power becomes accessible rather than just a concept. You start to step into an actual energetic state of awareness in which you're validating experiences and not needing other people to validate them for you, because you've become validated by the very experience, by the connection to the abstracts. And our need to be held by others is a misunderstanding, because we're actually alone in this dream. And so it just keeps opening up in more and more and more levels, and regardless of how intense it gets, there's so much to pursue, and so our purpose becomes stronger, the meaning of life becomes more accessible. It all just gets more intense. Thank you.
I think there's a pervasive illusion of separateness that this life and our societies oftentimes give us, and mindfulness and shutting down all the noise and all the thoughts and even your subconscious that can be racing a mile a minute to try to keep up with your insatiable conscious mind. When you really silence things, you're able to get a different perspective. And you guys all know that, everything is relative depending on your position in life. It's not just subatomic particles. Everything literally is different depending on your perspective. You see things differently. There's these types of sculptures that they line up and create this incredible, vivid, solid shape, but only when you walk around it to the right perspective and you see it in the right angle that it was designed to be seen from, and this incredible alignment lines up, and this work of art appears that you never knew was there. And I
Oh
think
yeah, there's a whole like Netflix series about that. It's like the something of design, and this guy who he's an artist, he makes these exhibits that are solely dependent on the observer. So like basically like when there's no people in there, like there's no art to see because it like requires a human to like see like the like different light effects that like happen. It's really cool. I'll try to find it and link it in the comments.
No, and that's the beauty of what Liam was just saying, and you just piggybacked on that off of a Netflix special, right? Where a human being was trying to let everybody know, like, yo, it's not that serious. Like, you need to, like, everybody needs to calm down, and we need to understand that I can make something as a human being that you see from one perspective, but at the reality of it, at the basic level of it, is not what you think it is. And that's what he was trying to explain
Correct.
to you. I understand those artists. I kind of have a appreciation for those artists because that's what they do. You know what I'm saying? They make you think that you know more than what you think, and then they humble you at the same
100%
time
fact.
at the back end of it when you really see
Which
like, oh,
artist? Which
damn,
artist are you referring to?
Because you can.
I
it's
just
not
put
a
it in the nest. It's called Abstract: The Art of
Yes.
Design. It's the first episode of it, and I forget his name, but basically he works off of light. So like the first scene, he puts like a yellow lens up to the camera, and it kind of makes like the viewer like part of like the like art display. It's kind of like integrative, which is kind of cool.
Because also, if you focus one finger to two fingers also on a spoon, and you look with your eyes and put your two fingers down, the simplicity of the brain can actually make the spoon move. Proven fact. There's no trick behind it. There's no voodoo behind it. There's no magic behind it. It is the spoon and the human mind coming together as one.
There is no spoon, Neo.
That sounds like
It
a
is bizarre.
secret word to get
It
to
is.
join like a fraternity or something, and like you're all like
It's
you're trying
bizarre
to
that
reel us
we
in.
are. It's so bizarre to me that we
Nicole.
all walk outside of our doors and we walk out into the world and go out and just do stuff and don't think about the biggest questions. People like us are thinking about those questions, but I'm just stunned that others, it just means nothing to them. The big questions and important questions and eschatological questions and environmental questions. And, I think a lot of people are very spoiled in being able to do um, basically all selfish kind of stuff, self-oriented stuff, looking at themselves through social media. Me over here, me doing this, me doing that. And we need people to look at each other and not.
It's not even that. It's not like just selfishness. It's like I think it's a fear. Like a lot of people have fears about like their morality or right or wrong, or like even just like fearing like the thought of like an entity such as like what you would call like an angel or a demon, or like even being watched by like ghosts like really freaks people like out, like the thought of that. So I think it's more like a self projection, like they reject the idea and like the desire of that knowledge because it like spooks them out. Like I
You're
mean, that's
100%
just my
right.
opinion.
I think differentness causes fear, and there's always dividers, people who want to divide us, but our differences are, in fact, incredible learning experiences. But we listen to the dividers because fear is what keeps us alive, and they'll say, oh, this other country is the problem, or this person, or that race, or this, thing, or God says this. And it's always dividers, 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 because they're scared. Exactly what you said, Nora. It's a fear of this different shit when instead of learning.
Yo,
So,
let me counter that. Let me counter that point, and I'm not gonna say that you're wrong because you're probably not wrong. I don't know because I don't know if I'm right or not. Right. So let me just say this: like you're saying that it's probably because
Allegedly.
they're divided, but maybe they're not divided. Maybe they understand a different level of consciousness that you're maybe not tapped into. You know what I'm saying? So maybe it's a whole nother uh, section of people that's in a certain consciousness that you're not privy to. You feel me? Like just like how you're living in your consciousness and you
Yes.
have your ideas and you have your theories and your thoughts and ideas and your concepts. Maybe you're not in tune with the other side. You know what I'm saying? And that's what the divide is, in my opinion, to life in general, to people in
Oh, I
general.
know
Right?
that that's true because I suck at being a materialist and making money.
Well, it's
Oh,
it's
well,
it's
that's
life. It's
that's the
moving
thing. That's
from
the thing.
dividing and uniting, and then dividing and uniting, and it's the yin and yang, and that's the cycle of life. And
Mhm.
I'm always on the side of uniting. That's just me personally. It's a personal thing. you know, I love you
Now,
guys.
question for you
Great
guys on
point.
the
Great
UFO and
point.
science
Thank you.
topic. Now, on a hypothetical situation, since we're talking about UFOs too as well. Question for you guys. How fast do you think we could actually get to Mars from Earth?
We got no reason going back there.
3 months.
I mean, because if you think about it in all reality, the space shuttle flies almost at 18.2 thousand miles an hour to break out of our atmosphere. And that is at
Allegedly.
6.5% gravity, right? If space has 0% gravity, you should be able to go at least 8 to 12 times faster in space without the gravity there.
You just remote view it and get there instantly.
I'm just saying.
It's actually kind.
I
It's
like
actually
that.
kind of just a
I like
little.
that.
Just close your eyes and think Mars. Tell me what you see.
Oh,
It's
well,
it's just
I've got a master's degree in astrophysics, so I'm just kind of curious what everybody else's thought is on this.
I don't know, but numbers like that make
What?
my head hurt, to be honest.
Yeah, I've calculated 90 days before too, and so has Zubrin, Dr. Zubrin, who is the big proponent. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. So Michio Kahu, if you take roughly 6 million miles, right? And if we could go literally, if we could go 25,000 miles an hour, calculate that.
I feel like we already can.
You have to do the
But
slow
do you
down
think
too.
I'm AI? Do you think I could just calculate that?
Oh yeah. Oh, by the way,
Yo,
bro, look in
who's
Taylor's
saying that?
bio.
Approximately 9 days to get there.
Oh shit, that wasn't Taylor.
That is why they have put this new XR-76 into orbit around the planet without having a human being inside of it. So that way they can actually test out this engine.
Bro, there's like 60, 70 Starlink satellites in orbit in space right now.
Well,
Space orbit is not a phenomenon that
Yeah,
right.
we
So
have to discuss
y'all
currently,
say
and
they're
currently,
they're just on different layers of our
well,
atmosphere.
right. So currently, actually, Starlink has 693 out in orbit.
That's pretty
Geo
Are the
impressive.
Starlink satellites like all in a row, or are they just like all
or
separate?
geostationary?
They are different stationary, but they are different
But most of
coordinates
them are.
between 30 and 45 to 55 to 62 to 68. So
Most of
every
them are
3 to 7,400 feet away from each other.
most of
Just
them
like
are
what you have out
geostationary.
here. Yes,
it's not
but having
it's
that
not a
many in a
ring.
row, they have to have
Right.
them in different locations. Like if you go out to a field, you also have your wind turbines. They have to be spread out approximately 5 acres apart from one another in case something also does happen. But also the wind blades on those actually are roughly about like 600 feet in diameter. So you've got to have enough space between both to both to both because you can't have them all in one area, bro. Even as stationary, they cannot pass each other within a 350 foot to 375 feet projection away from each other. That is just without an engine. Now, if they have an engine on them, they have to actually be about 800 to 1,200 feet minimum away from each other, just like an airplane would.
Grand Gunga.
Sorry, I was just listening and I sort of forgot what I was going to talk about. I
Exactly.
think
I feel
Starlink
you.
has way. I think Starlink has way more than 700. They had 700 a long time ago.
Correct. They currently have 900 operational that they are currently using, but they have more than that actually up there.
What do you guys think about non-player characters? Like, do you
We
think
are.
that
There's
you
a room
if
full of them.
We are.
No,
And
I'm
that was
serious. Like, do you think like you interact with people in your life that are like,
the
I
player
don't want to
characters.
call them possessed or non-player characters, but like not like all I don't know what to even call
What
it.
if, what if we are the NPCs and like people come into this universe to play the PC characters? You know, and we are incredibly realistic because we have our consciousness and our
Right.
whole memory. And
Nah,
someone from the
don't listen.
future,
Don't
someone from the
don't
future could experience this as a celebrity or as a hero or a robber or all the different shit. It's probably Beyonce is the PC.
Well,
I
I
used to
don't
be
think
an
it would be that.
NPC. Then I decided to be a main character in my own story.
I mean,
Good
Apple
for
If you
has
you,
think
Michael
about
experience.
Jackson.
if you think about the spread of life, technically probably there wouldn't be any NPCs because everybody's occupying a different area of the earth in a different lifestyle and different conditions. So if you wanted to like get a good spectrum of people in under different situations, you technically wouldn't need any NPCs because you just have a lot of duplicates of what you need.
Okay,
So
so
if
then
someone's
let's
gonna reap us,
recategorize it then. Let's not call them NPCs. Let's say that like let's say each person has like an etheric energy and some people don't know how to control theirs. So then like other uh let's say entities can manipulate that. What do you think about that?
Shamans say that everything that is of this system has a luminous torus field around it, a cocoon of energy, and there's like a color to each sheen of energy that surrounds that cocoon, and that cocoon is fragile. So like that's how they can tell if it's a power plant or if it's a food. They can see the consciousness of trees. Everything is intelligent, everything is aware. And so you can tell when there's an NPC or what you would call a visitor, because they don't have this,
UPCs.
they don't have the same conscious, and unidentified. It's you're observing something that's trying to mimic what we are, but it's not quite the same. And you can see it's like trying to hold itself together, like a pig trying to wear lipstick. And you go to
That's
Walmart.
Well, I'm
You go
more
to
that's
Walmart.
exactly how some quantum particles behave, like unless there's like this like second or third particle to observe it, it like doesn't exist, but it's like there anyway. Does that make sense?
Yes, and it's
Well,
if we were to be in a very sophisticated kind of zoo, a simulation, a farm, an experiment to see how bioevolution works, there would have to be different types of walls than we see in a zoo. The walls would be the largest structures in the universe and the smaller structures, and quantum theory comes at this super small level that makes it undeterminable. And then at the same thing, at the super sizes, there's the light cone. Our light cone, we can't perceive beyond. So there are boundaries. There are literally walls to our universe, and they're suspiciously set at places where you might think they should be if it was an artificial structure. For example, if you could see the very smallest things, you could predict the future with incredible accuracy, and it would no longer be a randomized experiment. Plus, you might be able to detect it was an experiment if you could perceive ultra fine tune future physics. So, just a couple weird thoughts to share.
I agree with you on there. And also, if you think about it, nobody knows what Bermuda Triangles do either. So that's another point coming into your area.
this is a holographic projection, a dream vision that we're experiencing. And so we're taking ourselves too seriously. We're taking these concepts of what we think is out there too seriously. But when we go inward and you discover the abyss that is available to access through your own lucid dreaming, and you
But
stop.
what's the point then? What's the point?
There's a balance between the two. I disagree. I think there's a balance between this world and
Now
that.
you just got caught in their projected lies. NASA and all these people are absolute scientific. They're miserable people that got caught in a misunderstanding of they don't understand their own power, so they didn't know how to go and face their own ego and their own shadow and discover their capacity to travel. We are infinite creatures that have been limited by these inverted perceptions. So everything you've been told
100%.
about your reality
I mean, I
is a
don't
complete
disagree with
projection.
you, but that's like kind of like an elitist like point of view to like disregard one like experience as like being like almost like subconscious or like
It's
subhuman because
it's
they're
just
not
a
like in
buffer.
tune.
There must be a
Like it's a
balance.
buffer, right? Every person that is experiencing a limitation of their perception is buffering us so that we can break free from the hold of the parasite that has a hold of us. There's a force here that has figured out how to consume our luminosity. Shamans have been talking about it for eons, and they realize that it has manipulated our reality so that we're experiencing a limitation. But when you transcend that and you go into other layers of the onion, the Earth Mother reveals her magic, and she shows you her, the interconnectedness of Source.
I would
It
like to
allows you to
disagree,
return to and connect to all things so that you're no longer separate and
brother.
caught in the
Take a
intellect.
breath. Take a breath. I think you're saying some really incredibly wonderful things, but I don't think shamans believe in that. I'm a shaman, and I think there's
That
shamans have a lot of different perspectives.
they do. I'm native, so I've been around all over the world for different native aspects for shaman as well, and they all actually believe in that where I've been around.
I'm native to this world too.
Yeah, we're all
Yeah, but yeah,
shamans. There's this
I was about to
idea that
say,
it's
bro,
limited to
I'm a
a
shaman. I was
particular
born a
races.
high priest. Gosh darn it.
Yeah, we're all perceivers of energy. I'm not
A lot of
talking from
cultures.
that limited concept of
I think a lot of
whether I'm
cultures.
born from a certain bloodline or not. That's all
Bloodline.
projection and misinterpretation
Right,
of.
but I'm saying the one.
All right, we gotta get back to the hand system now. It's just too many mics are open at once. You know what I mean? And for in the listeners, yeah, they won't be able to hear a god darn thing. We're in a live conversation right now. They get 30 seconds after. So the feedback with people talking to each other, it's really rough. Trust me, I know. But yeah, all I wanted to say, pitch in. See, I'm even raising my hand. I hate using the mute button, but we're all adults. You know what I mean? You don't need a chaperone, I would assume. But we just trying to, empower each other, uplift one another, enlighten one another, and do it from a place of love, compassion, and humility. You know what I mean? Sometimes we fall short of doing that, but just gotta keep trying. So yeah, the subconscious mind has no idea of what's real. Okay, so what you constantly expose yourself to into your physical reality, your subconscious mind is absorbing that. Yeah, I mean, and when you understand the weight and magnitude of how much that holds, you know what I mean? Every single thing would be calculated, and methodical and slow. I mean, at least for me, I don't know. But the movies, television, I mean, it's just enough distractions out here. I mean, everything's out here that they allegedly been hiding. It's out there. Ain't nothing a secret no more. You know what I mean? It's just right there in our face. Look at that. Look at the ambulance symbol. hmm I mean, shit, boy. All right. I ain't gonna go on the rant or nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't trying to argue with what Perceiver was saying. I actually agree with most of the
And
things that he was saying. I think it's really hard to communicate all those concepts in a condensed minute space. So I do applaud you for trying to get those thoughts out.
Ganga.
It's all good. It's all good.
I'm always the contrarian of the group, so might as well play my role. I think that
Oh, here
we.
comes Genga with his demons. Okay, Genga, what do you got to say?
Okay.
The blood of
I
Jesus.
think we over. I think we overestimate how much we actually understand. I always see people tossing around concepts and estimating that they have a really good understanding of it. But I keep popping in my mind lots of questions like, is it really consciousness that makes changes in reality? Like if you want to win the lotto and stuff, is it really your consciousness or is it something attached to your consciousness? And I see people branding that about, liberally and coming up with conclusions. And I'm wondering, do they actually realize how much they don't know about what goes underneath all of that that would redefine their understandings if they actually knew it? That's what I think anyway.
It's a really cool thought. It's kind of like, does a seed take credit for its own existence, or is the circumstances of the universe that allow that program to flourish, is that really what should take credit for the incredible seed that grows into a tree? There's the forces and the growth and the environment and the created and the creator. And I think everyone, thankfully, we all have an intrinsic sense of good in our hearts and we all live differently. And I love conversations like this where we can share our different perspectives. One thing I think you learn more the more you're on the planet is that, deeds are like little pebbles at the top of an avalanche, and good deeds connect to other deeds, and things can happen just from a tiny, hey, how you doing? Just that little bit of love or questioning or empathy can make a huge difference. And I think that, of course, we all have power in the moment to do incredible things you wouldn't believe, you haven't seen, that defy physics. It tells me that this God that gave us the gift of life, it's the universal dream, it's the universal prize, it's the hope of anything that exists as nothingness. There's so much nothingness. To be somethingness is
Oblivion.
incredible, and we're
It's
blessed
oblivion
to
upon
be some.
oblivion.
Yes, and we're a gift of life, championing life. You know, it's such a gift, and every second when I get depressed, I try and remember how much of a gift every tiny micron is, and even if it's simulated or this or that, or I'm all about the positive and constructive and making it better for the next. And I'm very thankful for every tiny thing. And I'm very thankful for all of you guys and your perspectives and these moments. And it's not bullshit. That's, from the heart. And I love you guys.
Peace, love, and blessings, man. Appreciate
I
it.
love you, buddy.
We got who we got up in here. We got I mean, hey, anybody that just came on stage, you know what I'm saying? Say hello, say what you gotta say, because the people with their hands up, they got a lot to say.
Yo, can I just say what I want to say real quick? Because I have my hand up for a minute.
Do your thing, big homie.
All right, cool. Like, all right. I just want to say this. Like, the one thing that I'd really despise about these type of conversations is that people assume that you're a good person or that you have good ideas, right?
Or the opposite.
And no. I'm just speaking for myself here. Like, the one thing about spaces is that everybody tries to get along with everybody, so you automatically assume that everybody's a good person and everybody has a good idea, and even if that person may come off wrong, that they're still a good person, right? Like, I don't agree with that. I'm a realistic person. I believe in my ideas, and when it comes to humanity, I know that humanity is not always a good thing, right? Because humanity, if we look at the crusades and shit like that, like, we know that humanity is not always great. They may have great intentions, but their actions aren't always great, right? So let's just assume that as
And
truth and move on, right?
and if you could tag me in real quick on what you were saying as far as
Wait. But I'm not talking about you. I
no
don't
no no
know
no I
anything
said tag
about
me
you.
in as far as like
I
I
don't.
want to add on to what you were saying.
No, I don't know anything about you. I'm not talking about you
I
right now.
understand that. I'm just want to
talking
add on to
about
what you were saying
my
though.
perspective. Oh my gosh. All right, bro. Go ahead, bro.
I was just saying, bro. Rule number 1: trust nobody. You can't. Loyalty is forbidden. You can't put nothing past nobody.
I think he left.
Yeah, I'm knowing him for like over like probably like 8-9 months, man. You know what I mean, he's all right. He's a cool fella.
But I mean, he does bring up a point.
Sometimes
Like, it's not like we're face to face,
yeah,
you know.
sometimes
Like
people
we actually don't
sometimes
know each other.
yeah.
But
This is just Twitter Spaces, man. Mind over matter. Let me see here. We got who is that? Ava Cooper. What's going on?
Hey guys, how are you going? I've never been in here before, so this is my first time. Seems like you guys all know each other really well, so I don't know what I can do to add to this, but I'm just listening and I'll jump in. You guys are talking about some really interesting things, and everybody matters, and everybody's opinion matters, and yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Glad we could be the first space that you were able to get into and talk on, and you know what I mean. And yeah, anything can happen. Perceiver, what's going on?
Yeah, man. It's well, that's the everyone has holes in their consciousness, and so therefore we're all have opportunity to gain experience through every experience we have. So this idea that there's a negative thing that's happening is actually not possible. Everything's positive, and that knowledge is accessible through experience. So we're in a complete and total system of intelligence that's designed for us to evolve. And this concept that someone would ever become fully conscious is what keeps us from being able to. I mean, that's awesome to observe people that become so self-absorbed that they would think that they've become aware out beyond or above, or like when you realize that there's no one above or below you, you become free. Everyone becomes a messenger. Everything becomes this incredible relationship. You are interacting with the totality of your being every time you interact with an animal or an insect or a human or a tree or the earth mother, which you're walking on at all times. You're constantly engaging in consciousness. There's no separation. We've never been separate. This whole system is designed to make you experience separateness, but when you discover that that's not possible, then you become liberated from the construct, and then you no longer are caught in the world's projection, and you start to see other layers. You start to travel into different density levels in which you become
Hey, real quick.
tapped into something much deeper, opening these doors, right? So you're no longer in fear of what the storyline might end up as. You free yourself from that system.
So there's this movie called The Holy Mountain. A lot of y'all in here probably know it. And, very good movie. And at the end of the movie, uh, anyways, just look up The Holy Mountain ending scene on YouTube. Or y'all need to watch the whole movie, some old movie. So
Thank you.
yeah, the Holy Mountain. And
I wanted to jump in and just say that I appreciate your perspective, and I also appreciate the diametrically opposite, which has also been spoken about a little bit. The self-preservational, logical, rational desire for selfish preservation and not, really caring or benefiting from others, or that belief. Then there's another side, which is about the opposite of selflessness, and the exploration of others and learning through resonance and connectivity and all these different things. But I think there's really a balance between all of this stuff. I try to walk the path of virtue, and I've been very blessed to do something not many people get to do, to see if you can survive on in the wind, like a feather in the wind, where God blows you, where God decides you should go, and to try to pray with people and heal and help others and uplift the community, and take a vow of poverty and try to be an urban shaman slash healer. I've been so blessed to be able to do that kind of a life, and I find that you're always better served in life with balance. This stuff can get it can throw you off balance. If you get too into one side of something, you can get thrown off balance, and you won't do or portray the best of what you want. Even the 2,000-year-old Narga, the Patanjali, says about walking the path of virtue, and you get abilities, and it's not a big deal. You shouldn't make it a big deal, a big ego thing. Don't get distracted by them. They're only vistas. That's how the Patanjali refers to the ability. And they spoke about it specifically. They said you could see distant places when you're on the path of virtue. You can turn wood and stone, which I think means bend or melt it or whatever. You can diagnose and heal illnesses. That's exactly what the Patanjali said. And that's healing. And
Hey,
it's about
stop feeling,
walking the path of virtue.
stop making us feel guilty for what we're not doing. Jesus said,
What do you mean
"Yeah,
feel guilty for what you're not doing? You have that guilt. That's no one else. I'm just talking about my path and about what the Yoga Sutras say. So if you have guilt, that's you. I love everyone for as they are. We all are different colors that contribute to how our species has survived till now.
there's only one race, and that's the human race.
Amen. Dividers divide.
But there are 21 known races in our solar system, by the way.
Can Eric
oh,
go? I think.
Yeah. Well, I think it was Ocean and
he's saying
hold on,
what
Ninja.
we
Hold on,
should do."
Ninja. We're gonna do Ocean,
It was
Gang.
Ganga first.
No, he wasn't actually. I saw his hand come up. Like I'll be watching.
Okay,
I'm
sure. Yeah, I just wanted to throw in real quick that like all we have is like perceiver. All we have is the way that we perceive things based off of like how relative it is to what we've perceived before, right? So that's kind of like it. But I just want to talk real quick. I kind of dove into the split brain experiments that they were doing. So they split like the nerves that connect the left and right brain together. And one of the outcomes of that was they could show someone a picture, like they literally had a screen, so like one eye could see one thing, one eye could see the other. And a picture on one side, they wouldn't recognize the person, but then when you go to the other side, the other eyeball, they recognize that person. So that goes to show that like your eyes are literally seeing the same person, but you know it's also crossed. So like what you see through your left eye goes into the right side and vice versa. So it just goes to show that like you see the exact same thing with your eyes, right? But depending on what part of the brain that goes to, that gives you the information. So our eyes aren't even really responsible for the things that we see. It's how like our brain interprets it. And the eyes do different things based off of what part of the brain they're connected to. So I just want to throw that in there.
That's the Toltec trick, is using the eyes. Learn to gaze at everything, whether it's leaves or rain or snow or sun, lights, reflections, intensities. You know, like you can waterfalls, the sky. When you can cross your eyes and learn how to handle the world moving in front of you, then this reality starts to dissipate and you're no longer bound by its structure, by its construct, and you stop thinking its thoughts. You stop being upheld by its reality and you start to navigate other layers. That the Mayan used to wear like jade on their nose so that their eyes would cross and that they would dispel this world through their intense psychedelic observations. So that it's okay to microdose. It's okay to do these things that would open those doors so that you stop being caught in the mundane. You know, when going to work and going on a vacation become just as equally exciting, then you realize you've become psychedelic. You're no longer caught in these ideas that things are above or below each other. Everything becomes an opportunity for you to possibly die or become aware. Right? Everything becomes alive because every moment becomes activated.
all right. Let's get the Ganga, Paul, or Ganga
Opa
E.
Ganga style.
Say what? Go ahead,
That's my
Ocean.
little nickname for Ganga.
Yeah. After listening for a long time, one thing that always strikes me over the years is that people seem to be only able to deal with the unknown with familiarity, with the things that they're familiar with. And it's almost like someone made of fire. Like if you imagine an entity made of fire that lives on sand that's molten, and he comes to the edge of something that is full of water, right? Like an ocean. Technically, he doesn't know what ocean or water means, but he starts to wax lyrically about the phenomenon in front of him and how it's going to be pleasant and it's going to be warm. And then we're looking at the story, we're thinking, no, it's actually going to be wet and kind of cold. So I find it really weird and interesting a phenomenon as to how people deal with the unknown, but
Well,
through the
can
context
you
and
define
lens.
the unknown in the context you're using it?
Yes, like dynamics. For example, they're talking about right now about how consciousness affects the events in their lives. For example, precognition or affecting the future or willing things to occur or trying to predestine things,
Right,
stuff like that. Those dynamics.
transmuting or manipulating, reality. So like with intent.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Like there's so many underlying dynamics behind that obviously a lot of people are not familiar to the totality of what it actually might be. but I always find it kind of strange and kind of curious to see people project emotions and thoughts and stuff that they usually will find in their common day life, their normalcy, and they try to project out, onto those dynamics they don't know about yet, and try to come to conclusions about something they don't know yet in its fullness. So it's almost like the human mind is stuck in only being able to understand the unknown through what things are familiar about. Like, for example, manipulating reality. Everything is about how they feel or how they think
Bro,
or how
bro,
they put it
say
forward.
say allegedly.
Allegedly, sorry. And anyway, so to cut it short, it's